Yeah, it's fabulous. So.
They're being on as well. We have
So our area, our main area for almost 2 years has been tribal gaming law and policy.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Hikani Wash Day. We will get started. Thank you all for coming to the 5th anniversary of the Indian Nations Gaming Governance Program Trends and Triumphs Symposium. To start us off in a good way, I'm going to ask Vice Chairman Spotted Eagle from the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe to honor us with a blessing and to tell us a little bit about yourself and the lands that we are on. So thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Forgive me for my tardiness, running on Paiute Standard Time this morning, I guess. That's another PST for us, but I'm, like Danielle said, my name is Chris Spotted Eagle. I am the son of the late Leroy and Lucy Spotted Eagle, and I am currently the Vice Chairman of the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe. It's a new old position for me. I was in some sort of leadership role with the tribe for 12 years. Took a 5-year hiatus and they pulled me back in July. So we're excited. We got a lot of new and interesting things going on with the tribe. I'm not sure how much of you know about us in the Las Southern Paiute Tribe, but we are the indigenous people of this area. We are one of 6 bands that encompass the whole Paiute Nation, our Southern Paiute Nation. We are the furthest south. We go up into central Utah and over to the north rim of the Grand Canyon. We are a extremely small tribe, 48 members. There's no comma in there. It's 48. Which is alarming, I know, to even say out loud, but we're working internally to try to build our membership as we speak. That's one of our initiatives. The chairman and I, Benny So, he also had the same track as me. He took 5 years off as well, and then we're both back. We did a lot of cool and revenue generating things in the tribe when we were in as a team, and we're hoping and to do build on that as well. As I said, 48 members, it's not a lot. We are our area, we have 41 acres downtown. That was kind of the initial land for us years ago. A gal named Helen J. Stewart gave us the land. It was the 10 acres initially. Gave us a place where you know, our relatives could come and rest and be safe, and had clean water there. That initially started, and then we bought some parcels that were connected to us down there, and now it's 41 acres. We also have 4,000 acres in the northwest of the valley. We've had, that was an act of Congress again that given to us in 1983, and we've built 3 golf courses, and it's surrounds a world-class resort. We're very proud of that. That's kind of one of the jewels in our crown. And we still maintain them, and they are 1, 2, and 3 every year. They kind of leapfrog each other on which one's which as far as public access courses. We're really excited about that. We initially started out in the tobacco industry, a smoke shop, and it grew very and did very well, very prosperous for the tribe. But we knew with the no smoking initiatives and some of the tax drawbacks that were in our favor, we knew that we had to diversify. So we've done that in the last few years, and it's bode really well. I don't know how much of you know about us currently, but we are, I can say it, and I say it proudly, but we are the largest seed to sale operator in the nation for cannabis. And we've just built a brand new building, well, not brand new, 2 years old, 2-story operation downtown. We started out with, at the time, we thought was a massive building for the industry. It was about 16,000 square feet, fully geared to retail. And then now, I don't even know what the square footage of this one, but that first building could, 5 of those could fit in the building we're in now. And we have a lounge on top on the second floor. All of it's really doing really well. We're getting ready to open up our grow facility as well. It's 122,000 square feet. And it's going to be pretty innovative for this area as well. So excited about all those things. I always am very proud, and it's last but definitely not least, but we have our health clinic that is on the land downtown, and we serve all of the tribal folks, all native folks in the Vegas Valley that are in our service area, which is about over 5,000 that we treat there. And we have medical, dental, optometry, we have behavioral health, social services, all that in there. And then we just did our grand opening last week of our wellness center, which is a massive basketball gym with a wellness component built onto it as well. So we have yoga, Pilates, full weight gym, and an amazing, beautiful basketball gym that is really going to be the hub of our community. We're really, really proud of that. So all good things moving forward for the tribe. That's one of the things that we are fortunate to have as far as our location and us being urbanized, is we have a lot of economic opportunity that's at our footsteps. So we try to take the advantage and make the most of all that, and that's us. I'm really proud to be here. Danielle has done such an amazing job here with the law program. In 5 years, wow, something to be proud of, Danielle. And I've really noticed since I've been back, I told this to Danielle and Tammy Tiger as well, who's really big on getting the native exposure for the university. And I told them this past year, I've been on campus this year more than I've been my whole entire life combined, which is a good thing. And it's not that anybody was trying to shun us or keep us out. It was just that it was our collective part as well on getting an outreach. And with Danielle and her team has continued to do and growing is an amazing event like this. And I just happen to be fortunate enough to be involved with the good grace of Danielle to have me come and speak on behalf of the tribe and give the tribe some exposure as well. So I'm really glad to be addressing you all today. And I know it's going to be an amazing symposium if Danielle's at the helm. And I really appreciate all of you and all of you that are joining us through Zoom as well. I really appreciate all of you. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and offer some words of prayer. If you're willing and able to stand, it's customary to do. Creator, Father God, we thank you for this beautiful and blessed day that you've given us. Father, we're so thankful for this life, this air that we breathe, and this water, this paw, this life that you give us. May we never take these things for granted. Father, I'm so blessed and thankful that you have brought me here to this place and time right now to be addressing these fine folks, my brothers and my sisters here that are collected here for the symposium. And we ask that you be with Danielle Flynn and her team as well, as they allow them to continue to do their great works for the university and continue to give our native people some exposure and to better their lives, especially the young ones that are prospecting to come here. We ask that you continue to look over this university as well, as we've been through some troubling times these last couple of years, Father, and you know this. Continue to heal us, continue to give us the ability and the knowledge and the strength to do good by ourselves, our people, our nations, Father. We ask that you continue to look over all of our native nations across the country and in the Canadas, that you make everything go good for us, give the tribal leaders the knowledge and the expertise to do well for their tribes. Father, once again, we're so thankful that you've brought us here. Those that have traveled a long distance, we ask that you continue to look over us, those that are visiting here. And when the symposium is over, we ask that you continue to look over all of us as we travel home back to our respective nations. Father, again, I'm so thankful to be here addressing you. Bless all of our Nawuvi people. Bless all of our nations that are gathered here as well, Father. Creator, we ask these things in your name. Amen. Move us up. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
So much, Vice Chairman Spotted Eagle. Next, I would like to call up the leader of our educational institution, Leah Chan Greenwald.
Thank you, Professor Finn, and thank you, Vice Chair, for those wonderful words. It's kind of a tough act to follow after you. Good morning, everyone. I am Leah Chan Greenwald, and I have the honor of being the Dean and Richard J. Morgan Professor of Law here at the William S. Boyd School of Law at UNLV. And it is really my great pleasure to welcome you to our third annual symposium hosted by our Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program. And I also want to say thank you to everyone for showing up early in spite of the rain. So thank you. The INGG program, as you've heard, was created about 5 years ago in 2020, thanks to a generous grant from the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. Our partnership with the tribe has been nothing short of transformative. And today's symposium celebrates the 5 years of this fantastic partnership. While today's symposium will examine the trends and triumphs over the past 5 years, I want to highlight some of the internal triumphs that might be less visible that we've had due to our partnership with San Manuel. With the tribe's philanthropic support, we were able to establish a professorship in the name of San Manuel. Professor Addie Rolnick was appointed as our first San Manuel Band of Mission Indians Professor of Law. More recently, we were able to hire Professor Danielle Finn to direct the program and teach key classes. And Danielle, I don't know if you were, thinking of introducing yourself. I'm going to do it for you. Professor Finn is Hunkampapa Lakota in Haktoan, Dakota, and Hohe Nakota, and is a citizen of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe. She also serves as a judge for the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, and she holds degrees from ASU and the University of Oklahoma, and has extensive experience in the fields of tribal governance, Indian law, tribal state relations, and Native education. To say that Professor Finn has been an amazing addition to our community is a serious understatement. With Professor Finn at the helm of our program, we have also greatly increased our curricular offerings in tribal law and tribal gaming. And importantly for our students, we've welcomed more Native faculty members to Boyd to teach these important classes. We've also created a concentration for our students to be able to focus in tribal gaming law. In addition, thanks to the program and its leadership, Boyd's Native student enrollment continues to dramatically increase. We have had more Native students enrolled than we had graduate from our school over the past 5 years. And we make sure that our national colleagues are well aware of all the great work we're doing with a monthly newsletter that just simply didn't exist before Professor Finn joined us. I'm so proud of these internal triumphs that we've had in such a short amount of time. I know today is going to be a really great day, and I hope you will all enjoy. Thank you for taking the time to engage with us and participate in our celebration of 5 years of the INGG program. I now want to turn it back over to Professor Finn. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dean Greenwald. I am so honored to hear from everybody today, but I truly want to welcome everybody and also start the morning off with gratitude. There is a long list of people in this room that I need to thank because without them, I wouldn't be able to move the mountains that I've been able to move. First and foremost, I want to thank my teammate, Professor Addie Rolnick. She ran for the first 2-3 years so I could fly. And so I truly wanted to thank her. Professor Rand and Professor Light for all of the support and guidance that you've been able to offer me for the past 2 years that I've been here. Professor John Tsuda, Professor Jennifer Carlton, Professor and Academic Dean Stuart Chang, and of course, all things come from the top. And it comes from the top down to the bottom. And without Dean Greenwald's support, truly, we wouldn't be able to do what we have done in the short amount of time in a state institution. So I'm very grateful. To the tribal leaders in this room, I call you up and I email you on a whim. Councilwoman Myers, who's here at UNLV quite a bit and everywhere across the state, Vice Chair Spotted Eagle for coming at a moment's notice to support our students here at the community. Stephen Isaacs, certainly but not least, he's the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Coordinator who helps tremendously. Anissa Paleo, Star Posner, Mateo Avias, there's so many people. Our communications team, our events team, our IT staff, everyone at UNLV and Boyd Law has been really supportive and have made changes over the past 5 years that are tremendous. So I'm very grateful. With that, I want to kick us off with our first panel. So I invite up the moderator, Professor Steve Light, Professor Keith Rishat, thank you. Professor Carla Bywaters, Professor and Chief Judge Kostin Lathoris, and Chief Judge Danielle Mayberry. Thank you so much.
Music and fully share. Okay.
Well, good morning, everyone. This is fantastic to be here. We have a terrific audience here. We want to welcome all of the folks that are out there on Zoom all over the place, and we appreciate that you're all here. It's fabulous to have everyone in this room together as well, and we have a terrific panel to start us out today. My name is Steve Light, as Danielle said, and it's my pleasure to help to start us out. As we do that, and as we start what's going to be a wonderful day, we want to extend our thanks to Professor Danielle Finn and the director of the program. As we heard, fabulous program here at the Boyd School of Law that has been doing some terrific things, as we also heard about from Dean Greenwald. Steve Isaacs, who was also mentioned, the coordinator of the program, who's done some yeoman work to help to put this together, and also incidentally is a former student in both Professor Rand's and my classes, as well as I'm sure others. Associate Dean Stuart Chang and Dean Leah Greenwald for their support from the leadership team and the Dean's office here. And of course, special thanks to the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians and their leadership for helping to inspire the vision for this program, the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program, and their instrumental support of the program over these last 5 years. This is a program that is helping to be among the United States' leaders in educating the next generations of lawyers, but also of leaders in business and government and nonprofits and in communities. And that's really exciting. The program also is a leader in conducting meaningful research and scholarship that helps to advance knowledge and understanding of the interconnections of tribal gaming and tribal governance and indigenous nations as well. And also the program has as part of its mission to conduct outreach and to serve communities and people and populations and make a real difference. That three-part mission is embodied also in our symposium today. And we want to note at the outset that one of the ways that's embodied is not just with the actual leaders and academics in the field, but also you're going to see and hear from students, not only in the program, but graduates of the program throughout the day. And that's intentional because we want you to hear from them and their voices. It's our pleasure then to start with the program on tribal governance. And one of the unique dimensions of the Tribal Gaming and Governance program is right in the title, Gaming and Governance. These are areas that can be exclusive, but they also have some really significant interconnections, especially for Indigenous nations. So it's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists, and then we'll start a conversation for a little while. So first, in no particular order, but a particular order that's on my paper, I want to introduce Professor Carla Bywaters to my left, who is a research librarian and assistant professor in the law library here at the Boyd School of Law. She is also American Association of Law Libraries Westpac Diversity and Inclusion Chair, and became the George A. Strait Scholar for that organization in 2021. Before joining Boyd, Professor Bywaters practiced as a licensed court reporter for over 20 years. She received her master's in library and information sciences from San Jose State and was awarded her JD from the Boyd School of Law in the part-time evening student program just in 2024. While pursuing her law degree, she was balancing all sorts of things, including being a fellow at Stanford's Law School and at the Law Library of Congress as well. And I'm proud to note that Professor Bywaters, now Professor Bywaters, was a student in Professor Catherine Rand's and my courses, just about all of our courses actually. So we couldn't get enough of her and her enthusiasm, and I don't know, she took our courses, and so it was a good partnership. And that also Professor Bywaters may be, in fact, the first alumnus of the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance program in terms of the totality of the courses offered. Next, we have the Honorable Kostan Lathoris to my right, who is an enrolled tribal member and elected tribal council member for the Chemehuevi Indian tribe. He's also chief judge of the Las Vegas Paiute Tribal Court and adjunct professor here at Boyd. He received his JD from Boyd as well in 2015 after receiving his undergraduate degree in political science, I like that, at the UNLV Honors, as a UNLV Honors Scholar in 2009. He's a member of the State Bar of Nevada, State Bar of California, and is admitted to practice in numerous federal and tribal courts, where he practices in the area of federal law and tribal law, renders legal opinions, develops tribal policies, and represents tribal interests in tribal state gaming compact negotiations. After graduating Boyd, Mr. Lathoris has also formed his own professional limited liability company in Las Vegas, Lathoris Law PLLC. Next, we have the Honorable Danielle J. Mayberry of the Nawa Western Shoshone, who serves as a judge for the Temok tribe of Western Shoshone. She has published articles and book chapter on issues related to tribal sovereignty, tribal courts, and indigenous rights. She's on the board of directors for the National American Indian Court Judges Association and the Native American Humane Society. She received her undergraduate degree in poli-sci and history from Jamestown College in 2013, her law degree from the University of Idaho with an emphasis in Native American law in 2016, and a certificate in restorative justice from the Vermont Law and Graduate School in 2024. Judge Mayberry is a tribal citizen of the Temok tribe of Western Shoshone located in northern Nevada. And last, and of course not least, we have Professor Keith Rashat to my left, who is the director of the Indigenous Peoples Law and Policy Program and professor of law at the University of Arizona's James E. Rogers College of Law. Professor Rashat has served his tribal nation, the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians, as an associate justice on the appellate court since 2009, and also serves as chief justice of the appellate court of the Spirit Lake Nation. He got his JD from the University of Minnesota's Law School, his PhD from the University of Minnesota as well, and an LLM from Arizona's Indigenous Peoples Law and Policy Program, where he is now a part of and directing the program. We also want to note that early in his career, Professor Rashat was a faculty member at the University of North Dakota School of Law, where Professor and then Dean Catherine Rand and I were privileged to and proud to be his colleague at UND. And we also want to note that Professor Rashat has a brand spanking new book out, The Worst Trickster Story Ever Told, Native America, the Supreme Court, and the US Constitution. So congratulations on that, and that we're sure will help inform his conversation with us today. What a panel, wow. So in thinking about issues related to tribal governance, and I'll turn it over to our panelists and we'll have that conversation, it occurred to me, as I said, that what's distinctive, even unique about the INGG program here at UNLV is its express linkage of gaming and governance, of governance and gaming, both of which are fundamental to the ongoing self-determination, development, and vibrancy of so many sovereign indigenous nations, communities, and people. So we start today with governance as our topic, although that will be an ongoing theme. Governance, of course, the act or process of governing or overseeing the control or direction of a nation, community, and people. In other words, self-determination. Governments have so many responsibilities. We hear about this all the time in the news today in lots of different ways. For leadership and support of those within their jurisdiction, for implementing and achieving shared values and culture and traditions, for distributing justice, and for modeling the rule of law, for planning for the future, for the hard work of rolling up sleeves to manage resources and services to achieve common goals and the public good. Tribal governments do all of this hard work and more within a very complex and complicated legal, political, and constitutional system, including the need for intergovernmental relations with the federal government, state governments, local governments, and other tribal governments as well. This is the everyday work for tribal nations that have tribal sovereignty as a lodestar. And within that, while there are many issues related to governance, we have a $42 billion gaming industry, a key resource, a job creator, a revenue source, and an economic driver for 270 plus indigenous nations in 29 states. That's just one of the constellation of issues in tribal governance today. So with that background, to start us off, we thought we'd ask Professor Rashat to start us by reflecting a little on tribal governance generally, perhaps thinking about a focus on tribal nations and Indian country writ large. What are some of the most significant issues and significant challenges and opportunities that tribal governments face? And within that, perhaps thinking about the last 5 years in particular, as that mirrors our 5-year anniversary of the program. So Professor Rashat, could we ask you to start?
Okay, but where to start? And the more that I thought about that question, the more I started thinking about reflecting on the last 5 years is maybe not as helpful as reflecting on the last 5 weeks. Right, that we find ourselves in a position where the current administration is making claims to wanting to take over Greenland and Canada and the Panama Canal and who knows what's next, right? All of which makes a person wonder, right, if it also is hard because you can't tell if the guy is joking or not, right? And so having a president who's not particularly serious is an interesting place to be in the world. But if we think about if there's any sense of seriousness about any of those efforts, right, taking over Greenland or Canada, what does that mean for tribal nations and tribal sovereignty, right? To what extent is the current political status prepared and willing to respect tribal sovereignty? And so that is the biggest challenge. And when I think about it in the categories of the short term and the long term. Okay. So in the short term, there has been a significant amount of disruption, right? And certainly if you're at a university, you have felt that disruption. And so at Arizona, there's been, of course, a lot of talk and conversation about what we do in this moment when all of a sudden funding disappears or things are shifting dramatically or there's 500 executive orders that all of a sudden everybody has to respond to. And so in the short term, I think that there are three things worth keeping in mind. One is, and these are not necessarily going to be shocking to anybody in this particular room, but they're worth keeping in mind. One is, of course, that when we're dealing with Native nations, we're dealing with political actors who are differently situated than other folks, right? So that there's a reason why there is an Indian Child Welfare Act or an Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, and not a Latino Child Welfare Act or not an African American Gaming Act, right? There's that political status that has shielded Native peoples and nations, or I don't want to say shield, has created a different set of circumstances for Native peoples and Native nations that to an extent shields Native peoples from some of the direct things that are happening in the here and now. Okay, so that's one of the three things to keep in mind in the short term. But the second thing to keep in mind is Native peoples and nations are going to catch shrapnel from everything that's happening with the efforts to attack DEI and identity politics and the rest of it, and the attacks on funding, right? So that Native peoples and Native nations find funding through their own means, but through the federal government as Native nations, but also as part of programs that are now being threatened or under attack. So Native peoples are going to catch, again, the shrapnel from what is happening with all of these efforts at present. But then the third thing to keep in mind is that the very notion or idea of Native nationhood is going to remain under attack and under threat, right? So we think about the Brackeen decision from a couple of summers ago, right? Where the basic threat or the basic question of the case was how to understand Native nations and peoples as racial groupings or as political entities with which Congress can pass legislation like the Indian Child Welfare Act. And it will survive that challenge. But before I came here a couple of weeks ago, I heard wind. I don't know much about it, but there's another challenge to ICWA coming through the courts in Minnesota. And so those threats are certainly not going to end as these are not going to end ever, and are particularly exacerbated by our current historical moment. So those are the three things to think about in my mind as of right now, in the short term. But then in the long term, we also have to think about just the structure of federal Indian law and how it operates on Native peoples, and most particularly with the concept of plenary power. The notion idea of plenary power, I don't have to tell this group, right? It's just the federal government deciding that it has essentially unlimited authority over Native peoples. And it was, of course, born in the late 19th, early 20th century. At that time, there really was no constitutional basis for it. You go back and read US v. Kagama, the lawyers for the feds tried to find some constitutional authority, and the court said, we don't buy it, okay? But somebody's gonna have control over these wild and crazy Indians. Well, you fast forward to the present moment, and right now, the Supreme Court conceptualizes plenary power, this extensive authority over Native peoples, which is essentially unlimited. It conceptualizes it as constitutional. Yep. And under that structure, right now, plenary power is working out for the betterment of Native peoples in many different ways, right? But that has not always been the case. That's not how it has traditionally been. And we know that the winds change and things are going to get worse if they aren't already. And so then under a structure in which we live under plenary power, Native nations and peoples are always going to be under threat. So that we have to figure out how to think about a different structure other than this notion or idea that somehow the federal government can do whatever it wants to Native peoples because the Commerce Clause allows it to do so. So if you want to know how plenary power became constitutional and you're looking to think through some potential answers, I'm told there's a fabulous book that just came out by a devastatingly handsome professor who is maybe not all that modest, but a really great writer. So that's where I would start us.
Thank you. That's a terrific start. So thinking a little bit about both the short-term and long-term considerations, thinking a little bit about the the importance and significance of intergovernmental relations at this time, and then some bigger picture structural considerations, but an interpretation of federal power. So fantastic. May I ask Professor Bywaters to chime in, and we're going to have a conversation, so we may go in different directions. So we'll see where we head.
I would say, in addition to that, the external factors that happened in the past 5 years is the pandemic. And unfortunately, tribal nations are still trying to recover from that with all these other external factors facing them. And if anyone else would like to expound upon that.
So the pandemic as well as a specific event, the echoes of that, and thinking about implications for specific tribes, but the relationship of tribes to their people as well. So some important considerations there. So Judge Mayberry, may we turn to you?
Yes, so just to add to what Professor Rachette, I'm hoping I'm getting your name correctly.
Oh, close enough.
I'm sorry, and Professor Bywaters, their comments on, so just to add to some things that have been discussed, I do think the pandemic, from my experience, that is very much the truth, is that we are still recovering from that in our tribes. And it's hindering funding opportunities, and and we're also dealing with it culturally because it led to separation. We have generations of our youth that were unable to be part of ceremonies and other things. So those are things that we're still addressing just, internally. And just keeping in mind, because very much what Professor Rachette talked about on the Donald Trump, we're only a few weeks in, and I feel like every day there's just attacks, and it's keeping your mind is very just in a flurry all the time, dealing with these changes by this administration, especially dealing with funding. On the ground, the executive order that went out talking on freezing funding, and then later the memo was rescinded. Those of us that are in tribal offices, that was terrifying. Getting that direction and told immediately by 5 o'clock, at one of the tribes I work with, at 5 o'clock, all funding is frozen. We cannot draw down from it. So having to deal with that and having to adjust, because most of us, we take in a large amount of grant funding. And that is how we serve our communities and provide tribal programs, but behind it, it's also our people. And that's the most important part, is our people run those programs, and those people that come in from the outside, whether or not they're native or not, they're servicing our communities. So having to deal with that. And I also, because I am Tomok Shoshone, something that has always been, it's always on my mind, and always something that is a threat to my community, is the mining operations. And with the Trump administration, that is going to be pro mining, opening up our land for to even more expand those mining activities and lithium mining. I'm sorry, most of my reference I refer to, if anybody's from Nevada, Barrick and Newmont. Now those companies go under a different name, but those are natural resources, and protecting our natural resources is something that is short-term, but yet long-term, that we have to be mindful of. And also is just this importance of protecting our tribal judiciaries. If you are familiar with Supreme Court decisions, the attack on tribal courts is always happening. For some reason, when you read these decisions, it comes across as, we're good enough for other Native people, but we are not good enough to try non-Natives in our courts. And I do think that will amplify with this tribal administration trying to weaken our tribal courts under these already standards and principles and tests found in Supreme Court cases, like everybody's familiar with the Montana test and other things that look at whether or not we even have jurisdiction. I think we will start seeing even more, threats like that. And long term, I would agree actually wholeheartedly with what Professor Rachette is talking about. We are under this structure of plenary authority that allows us, we exist essentially so long as Congress and everybody is okay with it legally, But we need to find some other structure, that brings us out from underneath that we exist legally as under our own terms, and one of those doctrine, one of those, things out there that we could do this under is the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. However, that's not binding on the United States. That is not something that they have to be a part of, but those the principles within that document allows us to exist and have human rights and be able to protect our resources, our courts, and just exist as people in our homeland. And I do think it is so important to look at that, even if it is not binding. The Muskogee Creek Nation in Oklahoma has spent a couple years going through and making it changing it from English to their language and trying to figure out, navigate that. How can they make those changes so that they can exist outside this plenary authority structure that does not work for us?
Thank you. So there's some good themes that we'll come back to as well there, including we'd like to touch on administration of justice and thinking about the rule of law. And but also Judge Mayberry has brought up, in relation to where we started, not just thinking about conventional notions of the short term, the medium term, the long term, but the right now. And with so much that's dynamic and ongoing and changing. And so I'd like to return also to thinking about some of those right now impacts that you're seeing within your own communities. But first up, for some introductory remarks, let's turn to Judge Lothors as well.
Yeah, you asked me what you could call me. I said, call me Coastin. I have a lot of different titles, but I'm not here in any official capacity. I agree with what everybody's been saying, but I also think that this is a wake-up call. Maybe it's the alarm button that's been snoozed on going again. It's been relatively good for tribes in the last era of federal Indian policy, which is self-determination. But I think during that time, we may have just taken for granted that it can change at any time. And so I grew up going to my council meetings with my grandmother. When I was old enough, I ran for council. I served 2 terms on council. I served during the pandemic. And when the tribe is reliant or dependent on federal funding, as much as that federal funding and obligation is due and owed to the tribes, it puts the tribe in a vulnerable position. And I think we're really starting to see that more and more, especially with some of the red flags that are popping up now. And I think it's a wake-up call for tribal leadership to say, we need to start planning for the worst case scenario. And honestly, we should have been planning for the worst case scenario once we were elected and took positions with these tribes. Worst case scenario, where do we get our food from? Especially if we're in a remote rural area. Where do we get our power from? What is going to provide for our people? What's going to take care of our people? Worst case scenario. So that way we're planning for that. So that way we're not dependent on anybody. Again, I think the federal government owes so much to the tribes, and that's well established. But I'm saying worst case scenario, we're not getting that. Like the funding freeze. What are we doing to protect our people? And I think that's one of the other things we need to consider is also who's our champion, who's raising the issues. And even if we have champions, who's hearing the issues? That's one of my biggest frustration with the election cycles, which is when are we talking about our issues? And there's so much always going on. It feels like our issues are always falling to the wayside. And so one of the things I think tribes need to start doing is thinking worst case scenario, but also thinking about ways how to leverage what influence they may have. Not just taking care of their people, but finding ways to leverage their resources and their abilities to gain allies or to have people be perhaps dependent on them. And I think that's why gaming and governance are tied together at this program, is because gaming has provided a lot of tribes that opportunity to be able to think about worst case scenario and be self-sufficient no matter what, and also be able to leverage soft power in their surrounding communities, providing emergency medical services, creating jobs for the neighboring community, being an economic engine for the neighboring community. And then that gains your support from that community, right? It magnifies and you scale and you spread. And so I think that we're seeing a wake up call if people haven't been awake already. And I agree with all the concerns that have been raised. And I think we really need to start thinking about what we're going to do about it ourselves and not be reliant or hope that there might be a change at the federal level. We could always hope for it, but we'll see.
So, yes, please. It is a conversation, so feel free to jump back in and respond. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to tack on to Kosten's comment. Worst case scenario, one thing I'm really proud about the Menominees is that the College of the Menominee Nation has started a sustainable development initiative. And I was there in July and at the logging museum, and they introduced, they're trying to take out the commodities that Native nations have always been given and reteach people to eat with how the earth runs when it's like summer. Lemons, watermelon, mint was growing at the time. They have really great regulations on gathering. Only Menominees can gather off their own land. And so those are the things that we need to look at. I know like in the desert, it's a little bit harder to grow things, but everything in its season seems like a good way to go.
And I would like to emphasize too, there are a lot of tribes that have been taking those types of initiatives. And I think that those things need to be highlighted along with the problems that other tribes are facing, so that way we can see what's possible. I think sometimes, you know, I think about my cousins on the reservation where they think this is how it has been, this is how it's always going to be. And they just kind of accepted that things are futile. But you go to other tribes and I've been amazed and blown away by what they've been able to accomplish. And I think we need to start trying to figure out ways to replicate that. And I don't think that gaming is going to be the answer for all tribes, but it has been a lesson about how important it is to find that ability to be more sustainable or self-sustaining.
I think it's important that we like, I know this is a buzzword, but be thinking like about diversifying our funding sources, because as the pandemic has impacted us in our casinos, I mean, those tribes in other parts of the country, they're struggling to come back to 100%. And right now we realize how significant our grant funding and those other funding sources that we get from the federal government really is when we get a memo saying it's frozen and we just panic. So how important it is to look at each one of our communities, and yes, it is definitely different in the desert. I can, highlight, growing up in Northern Nevada, and within our Tomoka band communities, but the need to think creatively and think what can sustain our communities is so important right now, especially under this administration and moving forward. So that way, if we do have, our funding frozen, it is not just, we won't be able to operate as a government. So be able to think creatively and out of the box.
It also speaks to the various levels of threats as well too, because I think that I also agree with all these points that have been made thus far. And one of the things that I am struck by whenever I hear these stories, and there seems to be a lot of them, is that Native nations are actually pretty good at governance, right? That they've got a lot of stuff figured out for themselves and their community. In addition, one of the things that I like to say to myself, back when I had students, I haven't taught a lot in the last couple of years with all the change, all this kind of stuff. But when I'm talking to students, particularly in a federal Indian law class, one of the things that I like to remind them is that, in law school, we do a very good job of teaching you how to argue. And one of the things that maybe we don't do such a good job of is teaching you not how to argue. Right? And how to engage with community partners in different ways, right? And so you think about the expansion of cooperative agreements with the state or federal government to manage resources collectively. Tribes are good at that, and it makes a whole heck of a lot of sense. And there are a lot of success stories when it comes to that. But termination happened in the 50s, right? And all this stuff can get wiped out legally under the current structure in which we're dealing with. And so one of the things that we have to do is also address the larger structure in which we find the legal standing or understanding of Native peoples in the larger context. And so all of these efforts make sense, and we have to attack these issues on multiple levels with the community at a state level, also at the federal level, right? And one of the things that needs to happen is to rethink the position of Native nations and Native nationhood in American law. Because right now, it can just go away because they want it to. And I kind of think a lot of them still want it to.
Well, that's a.
Yeah, it's a little Debbie Downer for you.
Yeah, no, that's a, I was gonna say a provocative statement. Let's hold on to the idea and come back to something you said, which is, and we're hearing about, which is what do Native nations or Indigenous nations do really well? Because there are a lot of things, and we've heard some examples. Let's start though with that challenge and thinking about how can or how should a rethinking occur. So we started to hear some of the suggestions and dimensions of that. Maybe it's very local in some ways, and thinking about the presence of self-determination from a programmatic perspective or a services perspective or an educational perspective. Maybe it's in the administration of justice within tribal communities. Maybe it's thinking about intergovernmental relations, and maybe it's public relations and messaging. What are some of the ways that a rethinking could actually occur? And you can take that in whatever arena you want to speak to.
I mean, I think one of the things that tribes really need to be more aware of and engaged in are what happens at the federal level. I mean, the state level, sure, but especially the federal level. I mean, I think about my own community where we get so tied up in tribal elections. You know, who's going to be on council, who's going to be making decisions. But the reality is, you know, we're domestic dependent nations. The federal government can change so much about what happens to us. I want to see more tribes actually band together and get Native candidates elected and appointed to positions. I mean, we look at the last administration. Do you think we would have had the boarding school initiative without somebody like Deb Haaland as the Secretary of the Interior? I don't know. And so having Native people who've had that experience in those positions can help address some of these issues and be kind of safeguards against the federal government that wants to maybe perhaps pursue termination policies. Because at least they're going to be there calling it out and speaking out against it, being a vote against it. I mean, that's just one thing, but honestly, I think it's everything. We have to, that's the part about being tribal leaders. You have to think about the overall policy, the overall strategy. You can't just focus on managing the casino. That's why you have managers. Tribal leadership should be thinking about the overall policy, everything.
Forgive me for just a second. I don't know if we have technical support, but I'm wondering if it may be coming back in.
Yeah, I think it's turned back on.
So. Yeah, video has disappeared. Do we have technical support in the room?
I can go get technical support.
Or maybe it's a matter, yeah, so.
Man, that Elon Musk works fast.
My apologies. And we may be still broadcasting, I'm just not sure. But we'll continue with our panel. So thinking about voices and elections and as a starting point.
And I think I would just shifting to a different framework too, looking at this different part of the framework anyways, is within our tribal governments, how important it is to evaluate and look at where we can enter into cooperative agreements with the counties that we're located within to help with our policing and other matters. I mean, we're seeing Now, Governor Stitt in Oklahoma, if anybody's familiar with tribal governments and the issue in Oklahoma would benefit if they just worked along with the tribes, and the tribes are there and they want to enter into cooperative agreements to better the policing. They're not going to take over Tulsa as much as, Governor Stitt likes to talk about that, and do different speed limits and, question tribal courts decisions and all. But how important it is, if you're a tribal leader, to look at that. Where can we improve? Where can we enter into agreements? Yes, I think it is really important to have Native representation in DC. It is so important that we have that representation, and even within the state governments. But look at, on the ground, look at those things. And I also, just because my positions, tribal judiciaries, they are so important. In the state of Nevada, we have a long history of CFR courts coming into our communities, and there's reason for that. I mean, that's a whole separate discussion. But if you have tribal courts looking at to better them, don't think of them as a tribal program. They are a tribal judiciary system. What can you do to help strengthen them? Look at your tribal codes and to help define jurisdiction better. And if you do have a CFR court, how can we move on? How can we improve? Because having a neutral judicial forum is so important for tribal sovereignty purposes and so important for communities. My colleague, and I'm fortunate enough to serve with him on NIJA, the Honorable Gregory Bigler, talks about how tribal courts, we are the arrow, the point of the arrow on, the bow and arrow. We are so important. We are necessary to enforce tribal sovereignty.
Can I stay with you for just a moment and thinking about, you talked about review of codes and sort of things that might sound relatively dry and technical, but can you talk a little bit about the importance of code, of law, of law and lawmaking? We can return to others as a means, a bulwark for tribal sovereignty itself, and what you see whether in the administration of justice or writ large?
Okay, yes, of course. So just speaking from the tribal judiciary perspective, and I'm sure Kostin, a tribal council member, will have lots of comments about creating tribal law. But how important it is to evaluate, to make sure you have tribal laws that reflect your community. And that are supported by your tribal customs, traditions. And yes, sometimes it is okay, to look at what is Nevada doing or what is another tribe doing. Just because this way you are enforcing your own tribal law as a tribal government, and it's being interpreted by your tribal court. And for outside vendors that come in to do business within your tribal boundaries, how important it is for our tribal laws to control that contract. It sets, it is you acting in your self-government capacities. It's not you applying this outside tribal, this outside law, because, the argument is, if we're going to just, do Nevada law, why even be a tribal government at all? Why even have our separate communities if we're not going to enforce our own, our own laws that truly reflect us and serve the community? But, just in the capacity of like tribal economic development and those types of things, it is, it helps provide a forum for those vendors, or if they're injured at the tribal casino or something, there is a forum that exists to decide those disputes.
So that's fantastic. So thinking about a framework and reflection of values, community values. And before we turn back to this side as well, so you mentioned thinking about that's part of the law interpretation and lawmaking process from a council person's perspective, thinking about representation and lawmaking. Can you expand a little bit on your sense of the importance of that? Remember, our big picture that we're thinking about is what to do. So.
Yeah, I mean, tribes in particular have been limited in the way that they can govern by the federal government. And one of the things that tribes need to be mindful of is we keep talking about sovereignty. And yeah, it's a great thing. It's the most important thing if you're from a tribe. But are we actually really exercising it? I mean, one of the things that I came across, because I do work for my tribe and I work for other tribes as well, is we get VAWA reauthorized in 2013 and then again in 2022. And now we finally have criminal jurisdiction over at least 9 types of crimes over anybody, which honestly it should have been the entire time. but okay, we finally got it. And then I looked through a lot of tribal codes, and the tribe itself passed a law that limits it, where it says it has no criminal jurisdiction over non-Indians. So even though they can now do it under the reauthorized VAWA, if you try to prosecute it in tribal court, the tribal court's going to say the tribe doesn't have jurisdiction under tribal law. And so tribes need to be mindful about what's happening, whether it's good or bad at the federal level, and then keep pushing for more. And when it gets the opportunity to do more, it needs to take it upon itself to actually review its laws. Because a lot of those laws, if I'm being honest, what I've seen, they're decades old. And most times somebody printed it out, scanned it in, printed it out, scanned it in. And so it's on a perpetual tilt. And a lot of times you can't even read some of the words. How is that going to be helpful for the people, the membership? Who's going to want to agree to that and go into tribal court for a contract dispute? But yeah, I mean, it's the responsibility of the tribal government to also know what's happening at that level. And anytime they get the chance to push for more, push for more. Always be pushing sovereignty.
Fantastic. Professor Bywaters, could we turn to you, your thoughts generally, but if you want to focus more on, I know you've had a chance to think about what the Menominee in particular are doing, and so this question of action, so whatever level you want to take that is fine, yeah.
Yeah, I think the biggest action that we can take is each one of us needs to uplift and assist just one Native person, whether we want them to, whether we want to educate them on advocacy or encourage them to go to law school. We all know that the Native bar is the smallest bar in all of them. We need more Native students to enter law school, and then all the positions in the legislature. And I just encourage you and challenge you all to just take one person and help them along.
That's fantastic thinking about just at the true sort of micro one-to-one level, and then taking what you said, also connecting it to the importance of this program. But we've thought, you know, we can think about representation and law making. We can think about representation in law interpretation and values. And it starts in some ways with education and pipelines and opportunities. And at some level, as you said, mentorship as well. So that possibly allows us, whatever level you want, Professor Rashad, but if you want to roll some of that back to the big picture and thinking about, you started us down the path of rethinking, and we're moving down the path of both rethinking and action. So some thoughts there?
It kind of sounds like you're trying to get me to spoil the end of this book. Trying to sell this thing, Steve. But we are in a law school setting, right? And I agree with everything that was said before, as somebody who sits on a couple of tribal courts. Yes, we have to consistently and continually reinvest into the governing systems of tribal nations, because the more that those can function for the community, the better off everybody is. But because we're in a law school setting, I do think that we really have to attack this idea of plenary power. That as long as we exist, as long as tribal nationhood exists under that regime, the threat will always be there. And wherever the winds blow is going to end up where tribal nations are because of it, right? And so we have to point out the ridiculousness of this thing. It was born out of racism, right? US v. Kagama, there's no constitutional basis, but somebody has to have control over these wild, crazy Indians. And at a certain point, the court decided that no, actually the Constitution does support this plenary power, which is just silly, right? It's just silly. And in addition, the scope of plenary power is outside of how we think about what the authority of government should be, right? If we think about what the basis of our government's, the United States government's authority over over anybody, it is fundamentally about consent. Whereas plenary power has nothing to do with consent, right? So by demonstrating that the roots of this structure is racism, that we are not being honest about claiming that it is founded in the Constitution, and that it is out of alignment with how we think about how governments can and should be justified within United States structure. Right? That is something that we have to do. We have to find an alternative to plenary power. Now, that being said, I recognize that thinking about alternatives is particularly scary, because plenary power, as has been noted, has been to the benefit of Native peoples in the last 50, 60 years, right? But it will change. And as we think about what to do when it does change, right, one of the things that we need to do is to reimagine what the larger legal structure is for how we conceptualize Native nations and Native peoples. And only by doing that can we find a space where maybe we won't be taken away or disappeared with the stroke of a pen, or the next termination era, or whatever it is that's coming next, or if we get folded into Greenland, or whatever the plan is.
Can I respond?
Yes.
I agree with it. And I will also agree with, I don't hear anybody else talking about that. But if we really want big change, that's big change. Those are the type of issues that we need to be talking about. But instead, I think that a lot of Indigenous communities are being told what issues we need to think about by others. That's an Indigenous issue here in North America. That needs to be talked about more. We need more people like you in those elected positions. So if you want to change your hat from judiciary to elected officer, let me know when you're running. I'll go campaign for you. Because I think a lot of people just don't know about these issues. And if they do, it's just sound bites to try to get votes. We need people who actually know it like you do in these positions, making these decisions, because that's the only way we're going to get change. I look forward to reading your book.
But I appreciate that. There are some ex-girlfriends out there who would disagree with you, but I appreciate it.
So keeping an eye also on our upcoming transition to the next panel, which will be about gaming. If we could just take a few minutes here, and then we can also see if there are questions from the audience. But I do mean just a quick minute or two in thinking about the transition. Would any of our panelists like to talk about the connections between gaming and governance? It's come up in passing, but yes, Costa.
Absolutely. So my tribe was one of the 1999 Gaming Compact tribes in the state of California. I've served on my council. I've seen how much of a difference that makes in our budget. It gives us discretionary funding to be able to do what we want with money rather than what somebody else says is allowed. And so that's allowed us to supplement our social services budget. That's allowed for us to provide for our members to reinvest back into our community. In addition, it's created jobs to even get people to want to come back and live within our community, because now they can work within the casino. But of course, it's not just about the casino. You have to diversify. And that's the smart thing about being a nation. You have to diversify. Otherwise, you're just acting like a corporation with a business. It's the ends, or it's a means to an end. That means is creating revenue to do other things. And specifically, it's allowed us to fight legal battles that perhaps other tribes may not be able to do. For example, when our gaming compact was up to expire, we went to negotiate with the state of California, along with about 28 other tribes as part of a CTSC group, Compact Tribe Steering Committee. And we were negotiating with the state of California. Now, we were able to use those funds to negotiate with the state of California and to litigate against the state of California, arguing that ultimately the state was negotiating in bad faith. What they were doing was they were trying to encroach on tribal sovereignty, and they're using the gaming compact as a gun to the head of the tribe. Agree to our provisions, or you're not going to be able to do gaming. That's bad faith. The district court agreed with us. The Ninth Circuit agreed with us. Now we have secretarial procedures, and now we have a perpetual right to game without the looming threat of the state coming in again. And so gaming allowed for us to be able to provide for our people, and then also have a war chest to fight against others who are trying to take away our sovereignty, whether it's the state of California with their gaming compacts, whether it's corporations trying to trespass on our lands. It gave us a resource to be able to fight back.
Yeah, I think, I just want to highlight again, there's just the need to diversify funding, how important it is, because gaming has been the needed revenue that tribes have, has needed to be able to fund things. I mean, gaming funds go to use for, many things in tribal, tribal government and our people in our community. However, there is a limit and we're starting to, and it was exacerbated by COVID. A tribe that I work for, the St. Regis Mohawk tribe in Akwesasne, New York, it's located in way, as far north as you can get before going to Canada. It has not fully recovered. And so it has highlighted the need to diversify and figure out what else can we do. And in tribal governance, it helps support, like I said, tribal people, but it also highlights the need of making sure we have a strong tribal police system and, and tribal judiciary too, so that way there is a place, for disputes or the safety of the community, to be protected.
Fantastic.
Yeah, the Menominee mainly take their gaming revenues and put it in services. We won a 2015 wellness center for our elderly population. And like you heard Vice Chair Spotted Eagle say, they have 48 members in their tribe. We have 9,000. So we have a growing elderly population that needs to be taken care of. So the facility is what they're looking at with the limited funding. However, most of their services that they provide is in education. And so we did last year have the largest graduating class. But I really like Costin and his war chest idea. And also cybersecurity is a big area that you need to invest in, as we have had a couple of cyber attacks recently. And so thank you for that war chest idea.
Really interesting thinking about building out the capacity to meet different kinds of needs for different, each community being different, but as you mentioned, size of community, enrolled membership, even geographic resources and things to shepherd and take care of. Very different for different tribal governments.
Can I just highlight, sorry, but your comment about cybersecurity is just so important. Something just, if you're going to be involved in gaming, is trafficking. Being mindful and being able to fight those issues, because we see that is an issue in even our tribal casinos, and how important it is if you're going to engage in gaming, making sure that your community, that it is prepared for that and be able to protect those that are in that.
Thank you. Yeah. If you would, Professor Rashad, brief thoughts on that theme of gaming and governance, and then we'll keep an eye on our time. I know we started just a few minutes late, so we'll give an opportunity for a quick Q&A if there are any questions. But gaming and governance?
Well, I'll just say that the obvious, what's already been said, is that it's hard to govern without resources. And that gaming has been a key to resources and has allowed tribal governance to flourish in the last X number of years because of it, right? But also, as folks have noted, that it can't be the end all and be all. And that there's a need to think beyond gaming as the source of revenue and how we manage or handle all of these affairs, because it's been a blessing, but there's no guarantee that it will continue, nor should it be the only thing that any of us rely upon.
And that returns us very well to where we started, which is a lot of change, dynamic environment. And so being mindful of that change and thinking ahead about challenges and opportunities. If there are any questions from the audience, this is a great time for them for just a few minutes here, if we have any. Professor Rolnick, yes.
So I'm just excited that there's so many judges on the panel. A lot of you mentioned, I guess, court infrastructure, so the importance of law and safety for all these issues, and then the infrastructure anywhere from the written laws to like cybersecurity. So I just wanted to ask, especially because so many of you have experience at different levels of tribal courts, what is the one thing that you think is needed the most, either in what you've seen or across the country, to shore up tribal court infrastructure? So you can answer locally.
And if, I'll just repeat the question just briefly, just for our viewers out there. So basically thinking about tribal court systems and what you see. So,
Yeah, I mean, I am no supporter of Oliphant. I want to clarify that. But it limited tribes where we could not criminally prosecute non-Indians. And so one of the things that some of the tribes I work with have started exploring is, should some of these things even be considered criminal that we're trying to enforce, like drug offenses? Now, if somebody's going to be on drugs and hurt somebody, well, now we have another type of issue, right? Where they're hurting somebody, assault, battery, that could be a crime. But the underlying thing about having used a substance, should that really be treated criminal? Is it creating more issues? Because now the tribe's going to have to have an agreement with somebody to use their gel and then fund on a daily basis to have that person in the jail. And then they're going to come back and what's changed? You know, hopefully they don't do it again because they don't want to go back to jail. Well, a lot of times there's a lot of underlying trauma and other issues that led to them even using substance abuse in the first place. And so I would say that taking a step back and saying, do we want to do it like other people have been doing, or is there a better way, maybe a more traditional way focused on restorative justice and health and wellness courts? I think that tribes are starting to look at that, and I encourage that, like reevaluating our relationship with justice and maybe going back to the way traditionally we've done it.
So just a comment. So I think your question, it's a broad one, which I really like because it made me think about just two major different things. So just on the ground, you know, the importance for within our tribal communities to our tribal courts are judicial branches. They're not tribal programs. And I think that lens change is so important because I find with just many tribal leaders, and it's not their fault. It's just, there's this court system. We've dealt with outside courts. We don't like them. And now we have our own tribal court, but we don't really understand, you know, what does that mean? But the importance to recognize as a tribal judiciary, give it the resources it needs as much within your means as you can, and take advantage of, you know, tribal judiciary assessments, but done by the BIA, hopefully fingers crossed that continues, but to get money for your tribal judiciary. And also think about what Kostin was getting into, tribal justice. What does that mean within your community? I am a huge proponent of healing to wellness courts because there is no reason to, we have never thrown our people away. So why should we continue to use a tribal justice system that is just punitary, it punishes them, because they're going to come back to our communities, and whether or not and how they come back, it's on us. Do they come back as broken people, or can we heal them in their entire family? Your family courts, they do not have to look like the state's family courts. In fact, I would argue, don't do that because it's perpetuating the trauma that our families have already experienced. But just rethinking and shaping your tribal judiciary how you want it to look like, whether, you know, tribal council leaders or, you know, working in what your community thinks. But there's, you know, just those two things that come to mind.
fantastic. I think we have time for maybe just one more question, if we could, or possibly two, but so yes, sir.
Thank you so much to the panel for this. It was an amazing discussion. I'm a third year, I'm a 3L this year, but prior to law school, I was working with the state of New Mexico on our travel response during COVID. And I wanted to ask you some takeaways from that, but it was before I was indoctrinated by the law school experience. What are the, from those lessons that we learned from our tribes, what are the areas that we should focus on as being that opportunity to move the needle forward to put our best foot forward?
So post-COVID in this environment, what are our key opportunities? That's actually a fantastic question for us. So let's start on this side if we could. Professor Rashad.
Well, I don't know that I have a very specific answer for you other than to echo what has been said, which is a reinvestment within tribal structures to service the community that does not rely upon outside sources or funding, or that depends upon other folks to make sure that it happens, right? That gaming has given many tribal nations the opportunity to be either self-sufficient or much closer to self-sufficient. And the further that we can move down that road, the better off I think we all are.
Okay, fantastic. Professor Firewaters? Yeah.
The Menominee really invest in the youth. One thing left over from the pandemic is there was this opioid crisis, and they did get a little bit of a settlement. And so they're really working with the youth to help the intergenerational trauma that they've all suffered. But the youth is definitely the future, and that's where I think they put peer teams together to help them out, and so that's where I would say the future is the youth.
Different kind of investment. We've been thinking about economic investment, investment of talent and time as well.
Just real quick, I think, you know, COVID, it sounds funny, but it gave us the opportunity to look ahead because all of a sudden we had these COVID funds and ARPA funds given to many tribes based on, you know, your population. And many tribes had the opportunity to invest in things that they never had the opportunity, new infrastructure within their communities. And I think, you know, that mindset of being able to, well, what do we have for the youth? What do the youth need? What, you know, what buildings do we need? What do we need to support the language? I think, you know, it's not hitting directly what you're asking, you know, ways to just push the needle, you know, but that is something that has come out of COVID, is just this long-term investment thinking instead of just the right now.
I mean, it's just for any other problem. What actually happened where the tribe struggled? And each tribe should do that kind of assessment. Do we not have enough housing? Do we not have access to medical care? Do we not have reliable power? What were the issues? And what is the action plan to make sure that never happens again? Because we should always be anticipating, I think as leadership, what happens if it happens again. And if there's no improvement, then leadership probably needs to change. The people should think about that when they go vote. Because it could happen again. And are we going to just be in the same situation? No, we should assess what the problems were and have an action plan to fix those specific problems. And let's discover new problems, you know, rather than repeat them.
If we have, and we'd love to take your question, and we might just take one response to it, and we'll bring things to a close. But
I'm
please.
from the social work side of gambling, but I was the Indian Child Welfare Specialist in the Northeast, a federal liaison to the tribes for 6 years. And what I'm concerned about is we were proactive in trying to get tribes carving out money. That's probably, listening to you, is not going to be the case anymore. But being the social work side, I'm wondering the gap between tribes who have resources and those who don't. What are the efforts to kind of all work together? Because you're going to need to be strong, and maybe a new collaboration of tribes, like what informed our governance back in the.
I will say that some tribes have, like we talk about intergovernmental agreements with counties or states, some tribes do it amongst themselves. They'll have a shared court system. They'll tap into the similar resources together. Some tribes have taken the initiative to go and help out other tribes. I will say San Manuel has been very generous in the support for other tribes. But even the California tribes with their gaming compacts, they requested and put in there a provision for a revenue sharing trust fund for tribes that had limited gaming. So that way they would receive funds. So tribes have started doing that. And I will say that, you know, what comes around goes around. Tribes remember the ones that helped them out, and that builds up good relationships. Because if we're talking about being nations, let's be diplomatic. Let's build up allies. Let's not be treating ourselves like a corporation. Let's treat ourselves like governments and go out and build up those long-lasting relationships, especially with our sister tribes.
Fantastic.
That's music to my ears.
Wonderful. And I know we would love to hear from everyone, but we want to be mindful of our time and as we're transitioning. But that was a terrific a couple of questions to end on, and some great responses. So throughout this panel, we've really heard from that sort of micro level up to the macro level, and thought about a number of strategies, but the importance of investment and understanding of the importance of investment within communities, and investment in external relationships as well, investment in code and law and systems and institutions, but investment in people as well. So it's been a terrific panel, and our next panel will be up shortly. We're relatively on time, so that'll be a panel on tribal gaming. So we have a brief break now, and we have, I think, refreshments outside. Let's give our panelists a great round of applause.
My coat runs them.
Thank you very much.
Bruce the Weasel Boy.
Yes.
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 She's brought you up before.
Is she gonna apply to law school? I'm trying to get her to.
I don't think so.
She's not gonna.
She was, I don't think she'd go to UNLV.
right. I think that I have successfully brought our Zoom folks back in as well. Welcome back to this celebration of 5 years of the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program. My name is Catherine Rand. I'm a visiting professor with the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program here at UNLV Boyd School of Law. I want to also say a special hello to everyone who is joining us over Zoom. And I want to give a quick shout out to 2 of our Zoom viewers, Tom and AJ Rand, my parents, who are tuning in from the very cold North Dakota-Minnesota border right now. Steve Light, who moderated our first panel, is my frequent co-author and collaborator. And together we have studied tribal gaming law and policy for nearly 30 years. We're delighted to have an opportunity to teach courses related to tribal gaming and governance, as well as to continue our own research in the field here at Boyd through the INGG program. And I'm honored to have this opportunity to facilitate a discussion on tribal gaming with this esteemed panel this morning. Our symposium theme is Trends and Triumphs, and our panel will take a look at what has happened in tribal gaming over the last 5 years and what is likely to happen in the next 5 years. We have a fantastic group of experts with us to discuss what's new and what's next in tribal gaming. John T. Holden is an associate professor in the Department of Business Law and Ethics at the Kelley School of Business at Indiana University. A Canadian by birth and by heart, Professor Holden holds a PhD and 2 law degrees. Professor Holden is known for his expertise regarding the legal and regulatory issues in the sports industry, and in particular, the sports betting industry. He is the author of the first ever textbook specifically dedicated to managing a sports wagering business. Joseph H. Webster is a partner and the managing partner of the law firm of Hobbs, Strauss, Dean, and Walker in Washington, D.C. His practice focuses on Indian gaming as well as tribal economic development and self-determination. Mr. Webster is widely recognized for his knowledge of Indian gaming law and his extensive experience in representing tribes in gaming compact negotiations. Most recently, he represented the Seminole tribe in the negotiation of the groundbreaking 2021 compact, authorizing the tribe to offer statewide mobile sports betting. He also represented the tribe in successfully defending the compact against multiple legal challenges in both federal and state court. Dawn Gray earned her law degree from Arizona State University and has been practicing law in Montana, including in all tribal courts since 2006. A member of the Blackfeet tribe in Montana, Ms. Gray currently serves as the Blackfeet tribe's lead managing attorney. I'm proud to add that Steve and I had the honor of having Ms. Gray as a student in our tribal sports betting course earlier this year, as she is currently enrolled in the LLM Gaming Law and Regulation program here at UNLV. Her graduate study is focused on how large land-based tribes in rural areas can access gaming to support tribal economic development. And Andrew Ramey is a member of the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians in California, which opened its Black Oak Casino in 2001. Mr. Ramey provides consulting services and training to tribes, organizations, and businesses on the fundamentals of tribal sovereignty, cultural preservation, and indigenous inclusion. He also serves as IGT's North American Tribal Government Relations Consultant, in which he represents IGT in meetings and events with tribal nations and leaders across the US. Thanks to each of you for being with us today to share your experience and your expertise. We greatly appreciate it. The Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program here at UNLV emphasizes the interrelationship between tribal gaming and tribal governance. And as tribal gaming, a $42 billion industry operated by over 240 tribal nations in 29 states, has proven to be the most significant economic development strategy for tribal nations in more than a century, that interrelationship between gaming and governance is incredibly important. So I'd like to start this panel off where the last panel left off. I'd like to ask each of our panelists, how would you characterize the relationship between tribal gaming and tribal governance? What do you think are the most important connections between gaming and governance for tribes? And if it's okay, I will start with you and just go down our line.
Sure. Well, thank you. And first of all, very much a pleasure to be here this morning. I appreciate the invitation and the opportunity to be on the panel with such a great set of panelists. I'll start also with the usual disclaimer that the comments I'm making today are my own, and I'm not speaking on behalf of any tribe or anyone else. So with that, from my perspective, serving as outside counsel for a number of tribes, I think, I would say that, following on what was said on the last panel, a lot of it is about resources. And, just, working with tribes, for a period of decades, and you see how those gaming dollars have been put into government programs and building infrastructure and building, the various components that are necessary to run a sovereign government. It certainly has been transformative for clients that I've had the privilege of working for. So I would say that's probably the most significant.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Just wanted to thank everybody for being here and inviting me to be a panelist here. So it just really amazes me how gaming has impacted Indian country. As the tribe's lead attorney in Blackfeet country and for other large land-based tribes, I think one of the greatest things that I've witnessed, as a constituent and as an attorney for tribes is the resource of human resources, the people. And so the last panel kind of went over, a big resource of that is young people. Just recently, I've witnessed a number of young people entering the industry in technology, cybersecurity, marketing. I'm just blown away by the opportunities that Indian gaming has brought to our young people. I'm getting up there in age as well. I'm about 50 years old this last year. And so just to see that breadth of knowledge that's being born in Indian gaming and what they are bringing into the field is really a big breath of fresh air. And I think that is something that's really gonna make it impactful. I'm excited to see the future and that mind of our youth, especially our Indigenous youth.
Great, thank you so much. And Mr. Rainey.
Indian gaming has been just exceptional for me, I guess personally, growing up in California. I was roughly 10, 11 years old when our casino first opened up in 2001. And I've really grown up knowing about gaming and learning about it and the opportunities that it has provided my tribe and other tribes within the state of California, but also across the US. It helps with our healthcare, it helps with our housing. It provides economic development opportunities that we wouldn't really have in our rural area of where we're located in central or northern California. My grandmother's tribe, however, is a non-gaming tribe in California, and a panelist previously mentioned RSTF, the Revenue Sharing Trust Fund, which wouldn't happen without larger tribes providing funds into this for California tribes that don't have gaming operations or have limited operations. So those funds actually do help other tribes and communities a lot with not so much housing, but also providing food, some substances that can assist the tribes and those tribal members too. So it's pretty exceptional.
And not to sound like a broken record, but I really think it does come down to that one word, and that's opportunity. And what gaming has created for the tribes that have engaged in gaming, and even those that have not is really the opportunity to redirect the resources from gaming into a lot of other programs. And that's where we really see the differentiation between commercial gaming operations and tribal gaming operations. When you look at commercial operations, their job is to serve their shareholders, their investors. Tribal gaming operations serves a much broader community. And so it's that opportunity that has come with gaming that I think has really been the big achievement of the last, 40 years.
Great, thank you. I think that's a terrific start. It connects us to the last panel on tribal governance by thinking about gaming as a revenue source to fund and make real those tribal government services for communities and members, but also the opportunities, job creation, educational opportunities, and even career paths through gaming are also important. So let's keep in mind that connection between gaming and governance, because the whole point of tribal gaming are those public policy goals. The idea that Indian gaming exists in order to build strong tribal governments, to promote tribal self-sufficiency, and to promote tribal economic development. Now, of course, we are in a period of time, though, where we've seen such significant change in the gaming industry and in the tribal gaming industry. I think it's fair to say that legalized sports betting and legalized mobile sports betting in particular is certainly the most significant development in tribal gaming during the last 5 years. In fact, Steve Light and I talk about the sports betting boom as being the most significant wave of legalized gambling in the United States since the passage of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act back in 1988. So we want to have a conversational approach again to our topic, but if I could, Professor Holden, perhaps I can ask you to start us out on this topic. How are legalized sports betting and mobile wagering changing the gaming industry in the United States?
Sure. So I know our team is kind of 5 years, but we have to go back 7 years to have this conversation to 2018 and the Supreme Court's decision in Murphy. This opened the doors for states around the country to begin legalizing sports betting, taking Nevada's monopoly away. And so from that point forward, we've basically seen an expansion that I don't think many people thought would go as fast as it did. So 40 states, DC, Puerto Rico, all have legalized sports betting. Most of them have legalized mobile sports betting. Mobile sports betting in a lot of ways is, I think, something of a Trojan horse because mobile sports betting generally is a low margin product. It is not sort of high margin, this is going to generate a ton of revenue. But when you bring in mobile sports betting, it opens the door down the road for full-on online casino, which is sort of seen, at least by the commercial industry, as where all the money is. And so we've seen this expansion of sports betting roll out across the country very rapidly. And what's happened is we are just starting to see some of the consequences of that. Some of the consequences of that, we're seeing it in respect to problem gambling. We're seeing it in terms of states, operators, tribes not seeing the revenue that they thought they would get. And so it's becoming a learning experience. And we've seen, a few exceptions. Florida's sort of the exception to the model that we've seen roll out around much of the country where, if you look at some of the other jurisdictions where tribes who engaged in mobile sports betting effectively gave up some of the protection of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act to engage in mobile sports betting without that exclusivity, and therefore they're competing on the same terms as commercial operators in a market where they have waived their sovereign immunity.
So I think that's a fantastic start to this topic. Thank you so much. And that state by state legalization of sports betting then means that in each state jurisdiction, we might have different rules, different possibilities, different opportunities and challenges. Mr. Webster, you've been one of the players, if you will, in helping to shape the law and policy for tribal sports betting and mobile wagering under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. With that state-by-state legalization and differing approaches to tribal sports betting in any given state jurisdiction, some tribes have exclusivity over sports betting, including statewide mobile sports wagering, while others, as Professor Holden mentioned, compete with commercial operators, state operators, and other tribes. What can you tell us about the groundbreaking compact between the Seminole Tribe and the state of Florida, and what do you think are the most important takeaways from that?
Sure. Well, I guess, to kind of set the stage, the compact that the tribe negotiated in 2021 was built on a lot of experience, including some of the experience, that tribes were having in other jurisdictions where, candidly, the tribes weren't doing very well. In terms of the state license model where, they would, partner with outside companies and end up getting, frankly, low single-digit % revenue in markets that were very competitive and dominated by, often 2 or 3 players. So, so when you think about the framework, it's basically, you have to start with being aware that, some of these other approaches, hadn't worked too well. And for the situation that existed in Florida, the tribe had an existing compact with the state that was entered into in 2010, and after some other litigation, the tribe was it litigated the fact that the state had allowed others to offer gaming that violated the exclusivity under that compact, so the tribe was no longer making payments to the state. So there was a desire to come back to the table and work out an arrangement that would allow the tribe to one resume and potentially increase payments, but also allow the specific type of card games that the state had let some of the state licensed card rooms operate continue. And so in order to do that and to basically justify the resumption of revenue, it was necessary to figure out, well, what could the state give the tribe that was going to be worth paying literally hundreds of millions of dollars a year, which is what the tribe had been paying under the 2010 compact. There have been talk about adding craps and roulette, which ultimately were included, but those really aren't big dollars in terms of additional revenue. And so when we started talking about sports betting, it was looking at what had happened in other jurisdictions and kind of what hadn't really worked. And taking a look, kind of back to the basics in IGRA. Well, is there a way to do this where the state could allow, under a compact structure, for the tribe to have exclusivity statewide for mobile gaming? And in doing so, we looked at a couple of things. One, the language in IGRA that talks about what can you include in the compact. Well, the first 2 provisions, have to do with agreements on allocation of jurisdiction. So we looked at that as a way to say that you could have a state that it didn't have to go one way. It didn't have to be the tribe allocating jurisdiction to the state. It could be the state allocating jurisdiction to the tribe, as well as language allowing, for other items to be included in the compact that are directly related to the gaming that's occurring on reservation. And so we use that as a starting point to then match that with state law that would authorize the placement of the wager, while the compact and federal law would authorize the acceptance of the wager and the regulation of the entire structure being under the IGRA compact under the Tribes Gaming Commission. So that was the approach that we came up with, and that was something that was valuable, and valuable enough for the tribe to resume the revenue sharing payments to the states. So that was submitted to Interior for approval, back in 2001. As I think probably most folks know, under IGRA, once a compact is submitted, there's 3 options. The secretary can approve it, the secretary can disapprove it, or can take no action and allow it to go into effect by operational law. And in this case, the last option was chosen, but there was also a letter that was written to the tribe and the state from Brian Newland, laying out the rationale that he agreed with as to why this was permitted under RIGRA. So it was, a deemed approval, but with a letter explaining, why it was lawful. Then of course, there ended up being the litigation that was filed, in federal court in Florida as well as in DC, and then a case that was filed on the Florida Supreme Court. And ultimately, the result of those cases was the DC Circuit upholding the structure as being consistent with IGRA and not violating any other federal law or violating equal protection, which was another issue that it was raised. The plaintiffs in that case, they filed a cert petition trying to get the U.S. Supreme Court to review it, and the U.S. Supreme Court did not, which ended up bringing finality to that case. And the tribe has now been offering the full scope of gaming under its 21 compact for just over a year.
And the import of the idea that that could be accomplished through a compact, that statewide mobile wagering conducted by a tribe could be accomplished under a compact, shouldn't be minimized. In fact, the Seminole, in many ways, I think, were the inspiration for the brand new federal regulation that states that, in fact, that can happen.
And it's a great point. And I guess you're talking about the Part 293 regulations, where Interior then used the model that Seminole had proposed and ultimately adopted, where the updated Part 293 regulations specifically lay out the requirements for how a tribe can include statewide mobile gaming, and it doesn't have to be mobile sports betting, by the way, but any sort of mobile gaming in a compact. So that is now part of the federal regulations.
Great. So the Seminole Florida Compact is groundbreaking. It was deemed approved, and part of the commentary that went forward with it was the idea that this is going to be a good thing, everyone thinks, for the tribe in the state of Florida, but may not necessarily be a good model for every other tribe and state in the US. So I'd like to open it up for conversation, perhaps particularly if there are thoughts on implications for California and the legalization of sports wagering and mobile sports wagering, perhaps through a compact not dissimilar. Thoughts on that?
Well, from the California side, we just went through a major battle with some of the larger commercial sports betting agencies. We have exclusivity in California for California tribes. We do the casinos and the gaming, and we want to protect our exclusivity. We want to be able to uphold that right that we have fought for. And it's taken many years, and many tribal leaders have gone through this before my time. So that was a big problem that we had to face, but we did end up coming out successful in that campaign there. When we just want to have a seat at the table. Now, as far as for tribes and what they may do, we have over 110 federally recognized tribes within California. Half of that is gaming tribes that run gaming facilities from very small of 100 machines up to thousands of machines at their facility. My tribe, for example, is a medium-sized operation. We have 1,200 to 1,300 gaming machines, 26 tables, and we have a hotel, we have RV park. Sports betting for us might be on the table, but we still have to talk about that. And that's all that all the tribes are going to want to do. And it just depends on the market. As for the US, I mean, it just depends where you're at. The states like in Arizona, those tribes had a lottery system to get into sports betting. Some, as my cousins from Tohono O'odham, they received their sports betting lottery ticket, I guess is how it was portrayed to me when I went out there and met them at Desert Diamond, and they explained everything, and they're near the Cardinals facility out there that received one of the sports betting operations. You go to Washington, you see sports betting companies partner with the tribes that come in and open up their own sports betting book on the tribal facility and offer up a small percentage to the tribe. So it's really just going to depend in the market and the tribal opportunity with the states and what's available.
And so we might be thinking about the different ways that states legalize and operationalize sports betting as having implications for tribes. In Arizona, there's commercial competition. In Florida, not so much. But we also need to think about the market. Florida, I think, is going to prove to be a great market. I think New York right now is the leading sports betting market in the US. But California, if legalization happens, would change the game as well. But there are much smaller markets that are relevant perhaps to even more tribes. Ms. Gray, what would you tell us about the feasibility of sports wagering and mobile wagering in particular with regard to a market like Montana?
Yeah, so I just was thinking about the Seminole example. We all have been. So we have 8 tribes in Montana. Many of them have a large land base, but we have a small population in Montana. For Blackfeet, we just hired a new CEO to run our gaming out there. He's from Las Vegas here and has some experience here. And we've been having these discussions almost daily. How are we going to break into this market with our demographic? And so I said, well, let's start some compact negotiations. Let's get going with the governor. In 2019, the governor approached us and asked us if we wanted to do sports betting. Sure. And then the pandemic hit. So there's a few things that are going on in Montana. We have about approximately 1,500 kiosks in the smaller taverns that run sports betting. Pretty small. I tried to go bet on the Chiefs last week. Don't shoot me. But I could only bet $250, and I was like, nah, I'm not sure this is worth my time. I'm not that much into sports betting, but yeah, this isn't happening here. But there is a lot of people that put a lot of bets in Montana on those little kiosks in the little convenience stores, the little taverns, and so there's something going on here. So getting back to the conversation with my CEO, I said, so what are we going to negotiate for? And he said, this ain't going to happen, Dawn, unless we go mobile, online. There's just no way. It's not feasible. We're not going to get a vendor to come in here and be an operator. That's the end of story, Dawn. We got to get into the game here. So how is it going to happen? And I said, well, he asked me, he says, what about the hub and spoke model from Florida? And as you mentioned, Professor, I said, that's great for Florida, but for Montana, we have a different policy on gaming, which may not be able to model Florida, but that's, for me, I don't see that as a challenge. I'm looking at that as an opportunity. And so in order for it to happen in Montana for tribes, it's definitely going to have to be mobile internet discussion. And how do you improve upon the strategy in that compact negotiation? That's the key. And so one of the things that I thought about was CKST in Flathead had just lost their public law 280 jurisdiction. So they are now required to provide policing and court services, law enforcement for that tribe. And so there's a fight between the county and the state of who's going to foot the bill for that. So some of my colleagues at Salish had mentioned, we need to figure a way to build the system. That's a great negotiating point for the sports betting, because what is Indian gaming? It brings money for those infrastructure systems and law enforcement and courts. And so we're excited to start those discussions, but I also know what the challenges are because of Montana's public policy on just gaming in general. Yes, they do allow sports betting and online, but remember with sports betting, you have to be on the premises, and that's not going to be helpful. So just one key case in point, the first tribe to actually enter into that compact for Montana was Fort Peck. They are located in northern eastern Montana, near Canada, in a very rural area. So they negotiated a compact to where, yes, you can have sports betting at your casino within the brick and mortar, but that's it. So who's going to go and place that $250 bet there? Is it feasible? Are they going to make money? Probably not. I don't even think they're gonna be able to attract a vendor to provide that operation unless they utilize Montana's operator. So is that really feasible? Is it worth it? But it is a case study and point that I do believe. We talked about cooperation between tribes, so we've had a live discussion between the tribes, the 8 tribes in Montana, to get together and say, maybe we need to do this together. Maybe we need to approach the governor in strategy and saying, we need a chance to fund our own systems. This is a way, would you give us exclusivity? And so, yes, we definitely have our challenges population wise, land-based wise. I honestly don't think it's gonna happen unless we get into mobile and internet in that field.
So I think that's really interesting, all of the aspects that relate to the feasibility and the likely success of a tribe adding sports betting to its gaming operations. And also, I think our comments speak to the highly dynamic nature of sports betting right now, that it's still developing. It's only now that we know that the hub and spoke model can work under federal law. And it's only now perhaps that we understand that mobile is the way to go, that in those jurisdictions that have legalized mobile sports wagering, I think the statistics are that over 80, in some cases over 90% of the wagers are placed on a person's phone rather than in person. Professor Holden, would you add anything more about the feasibility or the implications for the wide range of tribal circumstances?
Yeah, I think Don highlighted a great point. I was in Oklahoma for 6 years prior to moving to Indiana, and this was a huge obstacle in Oklahoma where you have 20 plus tribes engaged in gaming. And when you look at sports betting revenues, 80% of those revenues are concentrated in 2 companies. So if you partner with those 2 companies, you do very well. If you partner with the 20 companies below it and you're competing against those 2 companies, it's a real challenge to bring in the revenue that you hope to bring in. So, you know, this is one of these big challenges when you have Montana, when you have Oklahoma, when you have California. If you aren't partnering with FanDuel or DraftKings, the revenue that's coming in is far lower, even with big names like Caesars or MGM. These are huge companies that we think are going to be successful, but at the moment, they aren't competing with DraftKings and FanDuel. Hard Rock gets Florida and does a great job in Florida because they have it, but outside of Florida, it's FanDuel and DraftKings that run the show.
Other thoughts on sports betting and mobile wagering for tribes in different circumstances?
Just, you know, one thought to add, and I guess the way that I've looked at it is the model that was developed in Florida works well in Florida, but it really shouldn't be seen as something that can be grafted onto other jurisdictions. It may work, you know, in other states, but I think the way to look at it is really it's an additional tool the tribes have when they go to the table, and it's important to see it as, yeah, how can it be adapted? And I do think there's flexibility that's part of it. And you look at, you know, not just hub and spoke, but you know, what other provisions of IGRA maybe come into play where, you know, you can try to adapt for and accommodate the, you know, situations where you do have, you know, a handful of tribes in you know, a place like Montana, or, you know, 100 or more tribes in California. And so it's the kind of the flexibility that I think is necessary when you're looking at it.
So we've been focused on sports betting and mobile wagering, but of course that isn't the only significant issue or opportunity that we've seen in the last 5 years. We might talk about the COVID shutdowns of the tribal gaming industry and how that impacted tribes. We might think about other legal issues that have arisen, or intergovernmental relations and compact negotiations in different jurisdictions, or socioeconomic issues, or something entirely different. Let me open it up to the panel. what other things do you think have been particularly significant for tribal gaming in the last 5 years?
I mean, I'm happy to start. One of the things that's really been significant is the growth of illegal, gray, or questionable forms of gaming that have really exploded in the last few years. And I'm talking about, for example, there's offshore gaming, which I think most people are familiar with, with companies that are based in places like, the Isle of Man that take wagers from players in the US. That's been around for a while, but it certainly is growing. But there's also been an explosion of what's called the online casino sweepstakes that are operating almost every state in the country. There's a few states that have pushed back, like Michigan, to send cease and desist letters. But those companies have grown from nothing to a multi-billion-dollar business really in just the last couple of years. And then most recently, one that I think caught a lot of people by surprise was a development with an entity called the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which a lot of us that work in the field of Indian law or gaming probably weren't very familiar with, but we are now, because a company called Crypto.com announced that they were going to start offering sport event contracts pursuant to a self-certification mechanism under the CFTC. They are operating now in all 50 states. There's another company called Kalshi that is also operating, that just announced that they are going to be offering something that looks an awful lot like player prop bets, also based on what they say is allowed under the Commodity Futures Trading Commission regulations. So this is not a static industry by any measure, and these sorts of challenges are ongoing. And in the case of the sweepstakes and the CFTC, really present pretty fundamental threats to the regulated gaming industry as we know it.
Great comments.
Yeah, I think that sort of for all the speed with which the commercial gaming industry lobbied across the country to get sports betting passed in 40 states in 7 years, I think they've been sort of put on the defensive with how fast sweeps operations have rolled out, and now these prediction markets, which for a long time, sort of dating back to 2012, have been afraid of the CFTC because the CFTC had taken action against a market called InTrade. But now the CFTC is in something of an awkward spot where they are seemingly confident in asserting their jurisdiction. State regulators are sort of backing off, thinking that the federal government regulates these products. And so we're in this sort of vacuum of regulation. But what's happening is the sweeps market is cutting in, the prediction markets are cutting in. And all of a sudden, if the regulated industry isn't careful, there's not going to be much left because all these other products are out there. And so we're in this area where we don't have enforcement happening, and you effectively have unregulated products all over the place competing against highly regulated products, which is expensive to operate in, both as a tribal operator and as a commercial operator. And it's a real threat to the industry.
Other thoughts?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention in the last 5 years, just watching tribes go through the pandemic, there's a couple of things I took away from that. And one of the things is, having good business models and infrastructures in place for gaming systems. When we went through it, we found out that our insurance coverage didn't cover that type of event, which I thought was kind of really a travesty to our service for that. Thank God we had some ARPA dollars that we could rely on to kind of fill in for the, the wages for the employees at that time. And why didn't we think of, that particular coverage that needed to be solid for us? Who's going to think of a novel virus impacting your business, and so it just wasn't there. Another thing from my study was just amazed by the fact, and I didn't know that this was going on in 2020, was that we had gotten hit big time with cybersecurity attacks in tribal casinos. That's huge. While we have a pandemic going on, there's some other things going on under the, that we didn't even know was going on. And so just developing and, watching that from the last 5 years moving forward, making sure we develop those strong business models for, a robust gaming system in Indian country is necessary. And I'll tell you, as researching and writing about it, every single day there's something new, just like the new things that are coming out in types of gaming. How do you stay on top of that in the Indian country and recognize it? I never knew sweepstakes was going to be one of them. And I'm like, what the heck is this now? All of this is new to me every day. And how does Indian country stay on top of it? But we got to make sure our infrastructures are strong, so we're resilient against those types of things that are coming at us, because and again, I'm not gonna, it's the young minds in Indian country that are gonna carry us. I'm really hopeful about that.
Yeah, the sweepstakes almost just came out of nowhere. We've been talking about sports betting for years and different tribal markets across the US and who's going to get in, who's going to get out. All of a sudden, tribes are figuring that portion out, as in the Seminoles and other tribes in Arizona and Washington, Minnesota. But now the sweepstakes have all of a sudden popped up within the last few years that I've been around and discussing that. And that just seems like we're always fighting for our rights and gaming, and we just have to be adaptive. We have to work on our adaptability for the changing markets that come with with IT. I mean, there's so many things that have to change now for us, and we have to not only hire professionals, but teach our tribal members and tribal leaders of what to look out for and be on the cusp there. Cybersecurity is a real big one, because when you have someone that can shut down your operations for days or months at a time, and it's happened, and basically hold you at ransom, that's hurting us, where we either pay a substantial amount of money to get our operations back, or we pay professionals to come in to wipe the system somehow. So that's a big threat right now, is cybersecurity. And they can get in through the government operation side, or they can come in through some kind of backdoor on the casino operation side. There's so many different vendors and opportunity for them. So that's something that we're having to deal with.
So I think that's a great way for us to segue in looking ahead to the next 5 years. One of the important aspects of that interconnectedness between gaming and governance and the public policy goals of tribal gaming is that we think about tribal gaming as being a critical part of so many tribes' economies. And so we need to think about how can it grow and flourish, not just in the next short term, but for generations to come, or at least until tribes have the wherewithal and the opportunities to diversify into other economic development areas that can sustain healthy and thriving communities. So when we think about this disruption, if you will, of sports betting and mobile wagering, and we think about all of the commercial companies that are arising, we don't expect all of them to be successful. We expect some of them to fail, and perhaps fail in a particular jurisdiction and go somewhere else, or fail altogether. But it would be a very different implication for a tribal community and a tribal government if their gaming operation failed. So with that in mind, thinking about the tribal gaming industry as a whole, what is likely to be the most significant challenge in the next 5 years? And what is likely to be the most significant opportunity in the next 5 years? Again, I'd open it up to all of our panelists to jump in whenever you want.
Start there, just for smaller tribes. I think our biggest challenge is capital. it's hard to get funds when you are reliant on federal funds. So how do you launch and start generating your own money? You gotta get capital from somewhere. And so capital can be in the form of brick and mortar, human resources, you know, surrounding infrastructure. I think those are the biggest challenges. We recently had our water compact settlement go through, and it proposed that we were gonna have an energy portion to that. Great. Generate energy from water. Well, where's the nearest transmission line? We don't have one. You know, those are some serious things that are gonna impact whether or not you're gonna actually go into a venture. And so that's another, you know, area that I believe that's really, you know, how do you get around it? If you don't have the funds to do something, what are the opportunities that we can look for? How do we get around? Well, is it just about money? So joint venturing is probably one of those ways, but it's definitely put us 10 paces behind everybody else because of location. And I did want to mention too that an opportunity moving forward is the mobile wagering in the class 2 area. So we do well enough for our tribe in the class 2 area. And so technology and just innovation today has also brought to the table whether we can utilize mobile internet, online, whatever you want to call it, for class 2. And so I'm thinking that might be able to be a reality within our reservation borders, but we would also like to see maybe that go statewide. We don't know. But that's an opportunity.
That's a great point, you know, the infrastructure and some tribes needing grants and funding and such, you know, and I've on my personal consulting side, on my business side, I do grant writing, but a lot of tribes don't have that opportunity or the capability in-house to do that. So they have to hire professionals to come in, which costs more capital to write for some of these competitive grants to build some of the easy things such as water. A lot of some, not a lot, but most of the tribes across the US don't even have running water to their residences. It depends on how rural you are. Even in California, we don't have internet in certain areas. My tribe alone on the reservation, if you can't see the internet pole, you're not gonna have internet where we are. We're in about an hour and a half east from Sacramento. We're not too rural, you wouldn't think. So the infrastructure is a big deal for us, and that needs to, you know, continue to adapt and change for us.
Yes, I think, you know, from the gaming side, we're kind of at a crossroad. Things are evolving, they are moving online. And so I think as that continues to happen and we watch the industry as a whole sort of consolidate, I think it's really important from the tribal perspective to be having conversations about that diversification. How can brick and mortar properties be protected so that that continues to be a reliable revenue stream, while at the same time coming up with models that work so that there is a presence in the mobile industry that works at the same time isn't cannibalizing the brick and mortar industry, but one that allows all the tribes to flourish as opposed to just one or two that happen to have key partners. And hopefully we don't have another pandemic.
Certainly agree with that. Yeah, I think in terms of challenges, you know, to kind of go back to what we were talking about earlier about, you know, some of these new products, it's really the competition, and it's competition not just from, you know, these, you know, illegal or new forms of gaming or gaming-like activities, but, you know, the competition from expanded state licensed gaming. You know, not all tribes have exclusivity in their states, or even where they do, you know, ultimately a state may decide that it's more lucrative to expand state licensed gaming and get the tax revenue rather than the exclusivity payments. So I think that's, you know, certainly a threat. On the positive, I think, you know, when you look back, you know, kind of over the last few decades of Indian gaming, the opportunity is the ability to innovate. And, you know, you look at what tribes did with electronic bingo, to turn, something that, was kind of a backwater game into a game that looks and plays like a slot machine in many ways. So, you see that, the mobile, you were talking about, class two, there, we actually worked with the tribe in California, and the NIGC approved reservation-wide mobile class two gaming back in 2018. The issue was that the vendors, need time to catch up with the innovative thinking that tribes are doing in terms of what can they do with class two, what can they do with class three, are there ways to merge some of these ideas together? So so I'm optimistic, based on what I've seen, but that's not in any way to understate the level of challenges that also are out there.
I love that idea of emphasizing tribal innovation and tribal entrepreneurship, because sometimes we talk about tribal gaming beginning with the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, but that's not actually true. It started with tribes conducting high stakes bingo and other games on their reservations. And tribes have innovated in the gaming industry in other ways. I think our first smoke-free casino was a tribal casino. I think our only dry casinos are tribal casinos. And of course, we've seen tribal innovation with regard to how does the industry handle problem and pathological gambling behavior. So I think that innovation is a good idea. It also perhaps ties to our thinking about rural tribes and more rural markets, because necessity is often the mother of invention. We can talk about the tribal gaming industry as a whole, but tribal gaming operations vary greatly, from highly profitable destination casino resorts like those operated by the Seminole tribe in Florida, to much more modest local casinos with few amenities, often located in rural areas that are far less profitable, but may be incredibly important to a tribal community's economy. And in fact, the vast majority of tribal gaming operations fall into that latter category. So what do we think the future holds for those relatively modest tribal gaming operations? Will they see more challenges, more opportunities? Is online and mobile class 2 gaming something that our vendors will catch up with and facilitate? What are your thoughts for the majority of tribal gaming operations in the future?
Well, I think the discussion of class 2 machines coming in and the vendors catching up, I mean, it depends on the states too. How gaming is operated in the states depends on how the vendor is going to be able to create a class 2 slot machine and operate. I mean, you have to make it fun for the player as well, and they have to enjoy it. For us in California, class 2 is a great option because it doesn't go into our count for slot machines for the class 3. So we're able to operate these machines, as many as we want to put into our gaming facilities, i.e. on the casino or at a gas station. Some tribes are starting to do now, at golf courses, making smaller little areas for these machines. So that innovation is really key to growth, I think, and it's going to continue to grow for the next 5 years, 10 years down the road. Also too, with some of these lawsuits that are coming in, Chicken Ranch and 9 other tribes together, banded together to come up with the class 2 for them, where they don't need to compact with California any further. And that's what they're pushing right now.
Other ideas about opportunities that might be around the bend in tribal gaming? Will sports betting continue the way that it's going now, or will something else change?
I do think at some point we see sports betting just about everywhere, with maybe Utah as the exception. You already cannot avoid it. Whatever media you consume, it's there. And so I think it's going to be slower into Oklahoma, California, Texas, where the stakeholder groups have very diverse interests and want sports betting to happen in often competing ways, and that makes it harder for it to arrive. I do think, under certain models, it probably does work for some of the more rural tribes out in the Oklahoma Panhandle, for example. Like that, there's not a lot of people out there, but if you create a product that works, it could incentivize growth in those operations. So I think, that's one of the big things that's one of the challenges in a place like Oklahoma is you have properties down in Durant that are massive, and you have effectively operations on the side of the road that are much smaller. And so you have those competing interests within the tribes, and coming up with a model that works for everyone is a big challenge.
I think one other, opportunity that's out there is, kind of going back to, again, the theme of innovation is, tribes using the expertise that they've developed to offer products and services to other tribes and the commercial industry. And you're certainly already seeing some of that, with the tribes being, investors in other tribal facilities, investors and operators and commercial casinos. But I think it goes beyond that too, when you're, talking about the infrastructure of operating a casino or operating online gaming. Tribes know a lot about that, and it's I think there certainly are opportunities to put that into a business model.
Yeah, there's a couple of, other things going on here too with innovation. And so I was thinking about the esports and the iGaming, the younger generation. And so through Montana, sports betting is comes through the avenue of the lottery. There's not a whole lot of regulation there. I think there's a little bit of wiggle room there to kind of foster that. And so what they use the funds from the lottery for, a huge part of it is STEM. So reinvesting in the youth and learning about technology, the sciences and math. And so, if, for example, the Montana tribes took that approach to where you want to tap into that innovation, that might also be an opportunity to say, hey, we're giving back to the youth and their knowledge to make, the state of Montana even bigger, because this isn't just affecting tribes. We don't stop at the border there. We're investing in a human resource that goes statewide or outside of the state. And so I think that's the big positive thing that can come from in the future.
I like the connections that have been made on the prior panel. I think it was Professor Rashad that emphasized that what is good for tribal communities is good for everyone. And so what is good for tribal gaming can be good for tribal communities, can be good for generations to come, and that's going to be good for everyone too. I'd like to open it up for questions from our audience, and I see that we have one online question that has to do with problem and pathological gambling or disordered gambling behavior. And I think, Professor Holden, that you might have referenced this at the outset, that with this boom in sports betting, we may be seeing some of our assumptions about problem and pathological gambling changing. That for a significant period of time, additional opportunities to gamble did not seem to increase rates of problem gambling. But we might be seeing something different with sports betting and mobile gaming in particular.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of empirical evidence right now. We have a lot of anecdotal evidence, with some of the empirical evidence beginning to come in. We are of the belief, based on sort of reports from state level resources, that they are being taxed with people who were either not gamblers before or not gambling to the level that they're gambling at now with sports betting. We're probably 5 more years away from having solid numbers on this, but we do have a lot of anecdotal evidence that sports betting is bringing with it an increase in taxing those resources. And one of the areas that is particularly concerning has been largely young men, sort of 18 to 25. And so this is a group, college college campuses are sort of ripe with young men this age, and this has been a concern. And it's one of the major failures, in my opinion, of the rollout of sports betting around the country, was that there was a lot of excitement around revenue, which may or may not have been factual, but there was not much in the way of resources devoted to what were going to be known consequences of this. And certainly, I think what has happened is larger than what was expected, but the resources were not increased and the costs are growing and people are noticing.
And so our question asker is wondering, is that something that tribes are thinking about as they are considering their own sports betting operations, or how to legalize sports betting for a particular tribe and tribal community?
You know, I think for a sports or for a tribal business model for that particular area, it goes without saying. You know, responsible gaming in any field, you always have to make sure that's a factor you're gonna be looking at. And so, you know, watching the evidence come in, you know, you gotta be prepared and you have to have a way to protect your community. And so if there's gonna be a problem gambling issue from that approaching, you better be ready to have it addressed, because you wanna be a little bit more proactive is what I'm saying on that level. That there are robust systems, like, you know, there is regulation out there that you can use to, you know, you have to make sure that there's a good balance there, that you are, it is a feasible industry for the tribe, but then you don't wanna over-regulate it to the point where it's no longer feasible. So I think that it does go without saying, you're gonna have to be prepared one way or another for a good business model.
Do we have questions from the audience? Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so we've seen some tribal state compacts that are attempting to restrict the number of class 2 machines on tribal lands. And I'm wondering if, in your view, there's ever a legitimate reason for a state to restrict the number of class 2 machines, or are these always a situation where the state is trying to limit tribal independence and sort of strong arm them into depending on class 3 machines?
So I'll just repeat the question for our Zoom viewers at home. The question has to do with tribal state compacts that have provisions that limit the tribe's ability to operate class 2 gaming. Is that legitimate? And if so, why? And if not, why? Thoughts from our panel?
I think the short answer is no, it's not legitimate, and it's contrary to IGRA. There was a decision letter a number of years ago that the Interior Department put out. I believe it was in the context of the Mashpee Compact, where, you know, I thought they laid out very well the limitations in IGRA and what can and can't be in a compact. And one of the things that they called out was, you know, an attempt to limit class 2 gaming, and why that was contrary to IGRA. And I think that's the correct reading of the statute. A compact is supposed to be about class 3 gaming. It's supposed to, when you look at the list of items that, you know, can be included in a compact, class 2 is not one of them. So I think that would be, you know, kind of the short answer.
So follow up to that, is that negotiating in bad faith, and how far do you get from there?
Yeah, I think it is.
So in fact, I think we have for the first time a 2024 federal regulation that states pretty explicitly that class 2 games should not be restricted through a compact. And yet, because that's a new regulation, we have existing compacts, including those in Oklahoma, that include such restrictions. So we see the evolution of the law, but things not necessarily catching up. Something to add, please go ahead.
Sure. So I think the long-held position of the department, now expressed in the regulations, going all the way back to the original Arizona compacts from 2004. I think Interior improving the compacts cited that provision as violative of IGRA. And so I think the United States position has been expressly that that violates IGRA, even if they haven't penalized anybody for that up to now. Now it's in the regulation. I think it's easier to defend in a federal lawsuit for bad faith. Would be my
Right, easier to defend in a federal lawsuit for bad faith, assuming that the state has waived its sovereign immunity and allows the suit to go forward. Other questions from our audience? Yes, sir.
So please forgive me for my ignorance. This is probably the first panel I've heard about Indian gaming specifically. I come from 2 tribes in New Mexico that are non-gaming or they have very minimal gaming, and I'm just wondering about what needs to be in place for possible like multi-tribe. I think it does to your question prior about how tribes work together. What needs to be in place, and is there an example right now where multiple tribes working together on a shared compact or separate compacts but working in the same, maybe the same facility or same venture?
Okay, so our question is about intertribal collaboration in the area of gaming.
Yeah, I mean, there are certainly examples of tribes working together on gaming where you have one tribe that's potentially managing another tribe's gaming facility, through an approved management agreement, or has helped to develop or invest in the facility. I think as we're talking about mobile, I do think there are some opportunities for tribes to work together in different structures that might allow for sharing of revenue, for example. But beyond that, I'm not familiar with any specific examples.
Another example would be like in Arizona tribes where they have a finite amount of slot machines that they're able to provide in their operations in their facility. So some of the tribes that don't have a facility or have the foot traffic will actually lease out their numbers out to those tribes to have on their property, and they share in the revenue as well. So that's I don't know if that would work for New Mexico or what would be there, but that's an example.
And I think in Arizona, those tribes, even if they don't have a gaming facility, have entered into a compact that allows them to do that. So that could be a model that works. Yes, sir.
I have a unique kind of position. I'm Director of Tribal Services for an independent testing lab. I deal a lot with future trends of gaming. I've had massive amounts of new manufacturers come in with Class 2 mobile. And the definition of how I'm going to shoehorn that into IGRA or the compact in that jurisdiction. One of the things I've been running up against is whether the definition of a gaming floor, whether it's brick and mortar, that space, or the reservation wide. Certain tribes have taken it as reservation wide and others have not. Is there any, I've worked with the NIGC to try and get that defined of what an actual gaming floor is, but in your guys' opinion, what have you seen in IGRA that says this is the gaming floor?
I guess
sorry, can I just repeat it quickly? So our question has to do with Class 2 mobile wagering. With Class 3, we'd expect that the compact would define the scope of that, but with Class 2, there's no compact. So how do we know the extent, the geographic extent that the tribe can operate Class 2 mobile or online?
Sure. So I think if you look at IGRA and the Part 559 regulations, the tribe is able to license a place, location, or facility for the operation of gaming. And so that was the approach that actually Agua Caliente used back in 2018, getting the alternative technical standards for Class 2 mobile gaming approved, was that the Gaming Commission would have the authority to license any location that qualified for gaming as Indian lands on their reservation. So I don't know that it, especially for Class 2, the gaming floor would be the operative definition. I think it's really Indian lands.
And just to follow up on that, so that was kind of my thought with this hub and spoke model. So if you're where it's regulated, the place where the server's at, that's where that's happening. But you could place the bet or wager somewhere within the reservation on the lands. So I think that's a correct way to frame that analysis, is not to hamstring it into gaming floor, right?
Right. Would that ring true with online sports wagering? No.
Well,
This is be Class 3.
Yeah, so if you're talking Class 3, then it's going to require you to look at the compact and what does the compact allow? Does the compact only allow the gaming to occur in the gaming facility,
or gaming floor, depending on the compact, or, is it broader language than that? So you really would have to look, but that, again, it's class 3, so it's going to be a different analysis.
All right, those are all great questions, and I hope we continue this conversation over lunch because our panel's time is up. I want to thank all of our panelists for their insights. We appreciate each and every one of you taking the time to share your expertise with us. Let's give them a big round. And so next up on our agenda is lunch and a keynote speaker that we're very much looking forward to. And the lunch directions are?
Come back at 12:30.
All right, so we'll be back here at 12:30 for our keynote. Thank you again, everyone, and thanks again to our panel. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here, and we hope you are enjoying your.
I don't think you just gotta really speak into it.
I just gotta be okay, much closer. Which it doesn't move though. Okay, so I am Addie Rolnick. I am the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians Professor of Law here at UNLV and co-director of the INGG program. And you'll hear from me more on one of the panels this afternoon. But right now, my job is to introduce our keynote speaker, Patrice Kunesh. So I'm not a big fan of reading bios, so you have a longer bio in here, but there's such a list here. So Patrice is now the Commissioner of the Administration for Native Americans, which is in Health and Human Services. She previously served as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Native American Affairs at HHS. And then previously to that has been Deputy Solicitor for Indian Affairs at Interior, Deputy Undersecretary for Rural Development at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. She's established the Center for Indian Country Development, which is an economic policy research initiative at the Federal Reserve in Minneapolis, and runs a consulting enterprise fostering culturally centered Native economic development. As if that is not enough, prior to that, she worked at the Native American Rights Fund. She's worked on issues related to children, economic development, jurisdiction, natural resources. She's worked for Mashantucket Pequot, and has served as faculty at the University of South Dakota School of Law. So I can't think of a better person to give a keynote. That's pretty extensive experience. Patrice is a Standing Rock Lakota descendant. And I think what she will talk about today is in part looking back at what it's like to have a career in this area. And she has really committed herself to public service and to working on behalf of tribal nations. So we are so lucky that she is here today. And please welcome Patrice Kunesh.
Your phone? Oh, that's fine. Fine, you can keep it up there. Thank you. Right here. Move this around so that I can move the podium this way. And try to speak into the microphone. I hope this works. I just felt I needed a podium because I've written out my comments and felt this was a more comfortable stance. Can you all hear me? Are we good? Okay, got that. Yes, so let me greet you in the language of my Lakota relatives. And Betuwaste mitukriapi. Shante waste napachiuzapi. Good day, my relatives. I greet you with a warm heart and handshake. And I want to say sincere gratitude and thanks to Danielle, Professor Finn, for inviting me to give this presentation today. We share an auntie, an unchi, a very, very special woman who supported her family in a very, very special way. And she supports my family, you know, from Standing Rock. And this is the way I think we are all related. And for her to invite me here today, I just feel very, very honored and privileged to be part of this program. And I've never been to UNLV Law School, and I'm just super impressed and wow, so good. I had thought about what I might want to share in this presentation, and I hope you will allow me to sort of draw from different strands of my work and my career. I thought I would first talk about some reflections on my path to federal Indian law. And many of you may have come to law school knowing definitely what you wanted to do and where you wanted to focus your time and attention. But my path was a little haphazard. And I think, like many of yours, perhaps, was driven and influenced by family and life circumstances. So I just thought I'd reflect a little bit on that. Second, I was recently nominated to be the chair of the National Indian Gaming Commission. And I had the opportunity to share some perspectives with the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, what I thought were some of the top issues in gaming if I were to be confirmed. And I think they're still very relevant, and I think it brings together some of the issues and topics we heard today, and certainly from Professor Catherine and Professor Light. So I think maybe some of this ties together really well. And thirdly, maybe a little bit unusually, I'd like to offer some guidance on being a good lawyer. Some of it is very intuitive. Some of it is sort of trial and error. And I think being a good lawyer is also about being a good person. And if you would allow me, I'd just like to share a few of those lessons, maybe hard lessons, that I've learned along the way. So my path to federal Indian law, tribal law, as I said, was a bit haphazard and a bit uncertain. I did know when I was a young person, you know, even before I was a teenager, I just had this thing that I was going to be a lawyer. And I didn't know quite what that meant. I did have an example in my home. My father was a lawyer, but I didn't really quite equate the lawyer piece to him. But what I did know is that I had some very strong influences that sort of drew me organically to this field. And one was my grandfather, and the other would be my father, sort of passively, but the lessons learned there really became what I wanted to do. So let me tell you about my grandfather. He was born on the Fort Berthold Reservation in 1902. The Fort Berthold Reservation in North Dakota is the home of the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara tribes. They are a big oil and gas tribe is how I think of them. And I have two nephews enrolled there, and it's still a huge economic engine for the state of North Dakota. In 1902, Native people, Indians, were not considered citizens of the United States. They couldn't vote, they couldn't participate, they couldn't sign contracts, they couldn't own property in the way that other native-born people were considered citizens. He spent his early years in Fort Yates on the Standing Rock Reservation, where he was enrolled, as well as my mother and extended family. And like most reservation families at that time, my grandfather's was deeply, tragically impacted by acute poverty, you know, the separations of family from boarding schools like Carlisle, and just the oppressiveness of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Their opportunities and decisions were really, really constrained. And very early on, I think they realized, my great-grandmother realized that with her older children being sent away, she needed something different for her younger son. So as I mentioned, at the time my grandfather was born, Native people were not considered citizens of the United States. And for those of you who've taken the course on federal Indian law, you may recall the case Elk versus Wilkins, a case decided by the Supreme Court in 1884. And it was decided, or it was determined at that time through that decision in 1884 that American Indians did not have the right to vote in elections, despite the 14th Amendment's promise of equal protection and due process under the law for all Americans, for all people born on the territory of the United States. So who was John Elk? Well, he was Winnebago. He was born and raised on the Winnebago Reservation in Nebraska, and then he decided to leave the reservation and move to Omaha. And once he was in Omaha, he had a job, he paid taxes, and he wanted to participate in the community. He wanted to vote. But when he went registered to vote, the election registrar, Mr. Wilkins, Charles Wilkins, refused to register John Elk because he said he was not a US citizen, because he was an Indian born on the reservation. And Elk challenged that. Interesting enough, he didn't take no for an answer. He challenged that in a lawsuit against Wilkins. And he did argue that the Constitution, the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution, you know, indeed did say that he was a US citizen and thus entitled to vote. But the Supreme Court found the other way. He said, the Supreme Court said that John Elk had no claim to citizenship because there had never been, because he had never been a naturalized citizen of the United States. He had never gone through the process to become a US citizen. And the court said you needed a statute or a treaty for Indians to become citizens of the United States. And the court reasoned that because he was not born within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States, he had been born on the reservation, that the 14th Amendment did not apply to him. So they said that the Supreme Court said that an Indian nation was actually an alien power, sort of separate and outside the jurisdiction of the country. So in that big, broad declaration of the court, it concluded that citizens of American Indian tribes are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States under the 14th Amendment. And therefore, John Elk was not entitled to vote, nor were any other Indians at that time. So, but Justice John Marshall Harlan dissented. and he found the majority decision totally untenable. As he stated, there is still in this country a despised and rejected class of persons with no nationality whatsoever, who born in our territory, owing no allegiance to any foreign power and subject, as residents of the state, to all the burdens of government, yet are not members of any political community, nor entitled to the rights, privileges, or immunities of citizens of the United States. And that was the law from the Supreme Court until 1924, just 100 years ago, when Congress passed the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924. And I was in Washington, D.C. when the Smithsonian and the Library of Congress celebrated the Indian Citizenship Act and really gave an amazing history of what that meant and how the efforts were underway to get that law passed. So Congress passed this very simple act that simply stated that all non-citizen Indians born within the territorial limits of the United States be and hereby are declared to be citizens of the United States. But that law did not automatically clear the way for my grandfather and other Native people at that time to fully engage in American society or ameliorate the really harsh social and economic conditions on their reservations and in their communities. And that's why I think we're all here today, because that's the mantle of justice and law that we've all taken up. And you may be aware that that 1884 US Supreme Court decision concerning citizenship status of Native Americans has recently been raised again to challenge general birthright citizenship. So I encourage you to go back and read that decision and read the analysis and how the court made its decision. And I think it's a big plug for federal Indian law because now everyone is looking at that case, Elk versus Wilkins. So as another aside, and I have a lot of diversions along the way, I think many of us share the common story of a family migration from the reservation to the city. Like John Elk in 1884, my grandfather in the early 1900s. And then, you know, the relocation programs in the 1940s and 50s. And I think this is really, really important as we talk about social economic development, the rights of tribes, reservation and the migration, the connections back and forth to the reservations, because this continuing and largely unnoticed mass migration of American Indians to urban centers has really fundamentally changed the demographics of both reservations and urban communities. And I think it's really changed the way we think of jurisdiction and the economics of serving our people and our communities. I think in particular, the influence of the Indian Child Welfare Act. And relating it to gaming, I think digital gaming is having jurisdictional tensions and pressures as well. But tens of thousands of Native people left their reservations and homelands, really, again, upending the balance of the demographics. Many of them as children, you know, were sent to boarding school. Some of them returned, like my family. Some of them didn't, like my family. And you had families on the reservation and off the reservation. You were in two different worlds and you really had to navigate the dynamics of that. They left to serve in the armed services, of course, Native people, like the highest serving per population in our armed services. And they left to find better jobs and stable housing and to have choices and opportunities. And when they arrived in the big city, though, they really encountered some massive discrimination and more harm and hurt, again, for being Native. And this brings me to the influence of my father, because I remember very distinctively my father's legal work in the 1970s with American Indian inmates in the St. Cloud State Penitentiary, many of whom had made that migration from the reservation or had been relocated or had come back from military service or out of boarding school, and they found themselves without a connection, without a tie to community. And trying to find a community, many of them were charged and convicted and incarcerated for minor crimes like vagrancy or public intoxication. My father served on the parole board of the prison and helped get vocational training into the prison because a Native American who had a job skill was more likely to get parole than someone who had no job skills. He also supported their rights to smudge and conduct ceremonies in prison. And what I remember so palpably, so visibly is these huge files that my father would bring home and the photographs of these men and sort of the helplessness and despair in their eyes. And this was around the time as well of the beginnings of the real strength of the American Indian movement and other pan-Indian organizations that pull together Native people from all over the country to fight for their rights, to fight for treaty rights, to fight for justice. So I found my way eventually to law school at the University of Colorado. And there I immediately connected with the Native law students. And I was talking with Eldred. It's just kind of like this gravitational pull, the Native American Law Student Association, right? You're all hanging out together in that little tiny room and just sort of swapping stories. And we became our own pan-Indian organization at the law school. Luckily for me, we had the Native American Rights Fund nearby, and many of us clerked for NARF and really got a huge eye-opening experience of the vast and the complicated issues in Indian law. When I told my mother that I wanted to pursue this field of law, federal Indian law, she adamantly said, no, do not do that. Don't go there, avoid it completely. And I was totally surprised, rather shocked, because of the pride and joy she had in her father and her family. But she was trying to do everything she could to dissuade me from practicing or studying federal Indian law. And it wasn't until later that I fully realized that she was manifesting, I think, the deep trauma that she and her family had endured, you know, violence and the poverty and the boarding school, the family separations. And when she had told me that no child should have to grow up on an Indian reservation, I just kind of was, you know, I just couldn't believe what I heard. And then I came to appreciate that she said that out of fear. She said that out of concern about the welfare and well-being of Native children, but also the conditions of the reservation that led to many of those traumas and pain and suffering. She felt the situation was hopeless. And I thought there's something I might be able to contribute to this field. So like I did oftentimes, I did what my mother said, don't do. And I pursued this study. And I really delved into the history of the Indian Child Welfare Act. And I learned what my mother was really concerned about, the lowly state of Indian children and their families. The wholesale removal of Native children from their homes that continued well into the 1980s when the Indian Child Welfare Act was adopted. And to be quite honest, it still is happening today. I think it's become normalized by state social service systems. And to me, this is still the most tragic aspect of our country's history. And the most tragic aspect of trying to trying our best to support the well-being of our Native families. So I decided then to work for the rights of Native American tribes to be self-governing, self-determined, self-sufficient, and to help improve the conditions on the reservations that my mother thought was so hopeless. And I had the best opportunity to begin my law career at the Native American Rights Fund under the leadership of John Echohawk, who's still there today, fighting for voting rights for tribes, and the mentorship of a woman who I hold near and dear, Yvonne Knight. And 30 years later, I think my parents and grandfather would be amazed that I have been able to work at the highest echelons of government and the law as an advocate for our Native tribes and people. And I'm really proud that I've been able to do this work and be able to have had the opportunities. And I wish that all on our young law students. So that's how I got into this space. And now let me share a few thoughts about the new era of tribal gaming. And I do think we're on a new era, and we've heard this about the new trends and how online gaming and sports betting is really changing the dynamics and contours of gaming altogether. So from my work in economics and working in-house with tribes, I have seen very demonstrably firsthand how Indian gaming provides indispensable support for reservation economies and contributes enormously to the health and well-being of Native people. It also promotes Native nation building and good governance, which I think after the 30-some years of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act and so forth, we're seeing some strong, enduring institutional foundations. And when I think about the absence of gaming, what we experienced during the shutdown, during COVID, you know, it's crisis time. The absence of the revenue, the shutdown of tribal services, the shutdown of employment and the economic engine of casinos, you know, it's a critical program. It's a critical problem if we did not have Indian gaming. So it's indispensable. It provides critical services, not just to the tribe and the community, citizens, but to the entire state and region. And I think we need to really step back and appreciate that this is not localized. It is quite broad, quite profound, and without it, you know, there's tremendous suffering, economic suffering. I also would say that we have seen the perils of concentrating the economic activities of a tribe into one single industry. And several years ago, I did a panel with the Brookings Institute, and we mapped out where all the industries are on most Indian reservations. And they look like surrounding communities for the most part, industries are like agriculture and service industries. But of course, entertainment is sky high. And administrative services like government services, sky high. And that was like the only thing that was continuing to keep the economy alive. So when COVID hit a few years later and all of that went away, I think we could really feel the reverberations of that economic shock. So we need to plan ahead. I heard the term look ahead this morning. And what does that mean in the new era of gaming? So for about 12 years, I worked for the Mashantucket Pequot tribe, the owners of Foxwoods Resort Casino in southeastern Connecticut. And you may know that it's the largest gaming enterprise, I think, in the Northern Hemisphere. But at this time, it was just emerging. It was coming out of a high stake, you know, bingo call to this multi-mega huge footprint of a gaming enterprise with hotels and entertainment venues and so forth. But it was also the beginning of the tribe's concerted efforts to build its government and the structures of just not just regulating the gaming enterprise, but building out the structures of its government. And what I mean by that, I mean like the tribal constitution, the tribal courts, the tribal laws, understanding the importance, the value of separation of powers, dividing the tribal council from the tribal courts, and institutionalizing this in a public way so that investors, employees, and the public could see the structure. And to have some faith when the tribal court, for example, ruled against the tribal council, the tribal government. That's what makes institutions strong. So we, the legal team and the tribal council, established tax codes. We, to the shock and awe of the state, we said, you know what, we're not paying that 12% hotel tax anymore. We're going to collect it under our own tribal law. We're going to have our own workers' compensation code, and we're going to be self-insured and take care of our employees. And those who were dismissed or treated unfairly, we're going to have a law for them. And those actions could be heard in tribal court. And indeed, some actions, were ruled against. Yes, you did unfairly treat that employee or unfairly dismiss that employee. So again, these were testing the bounds of tribal law, setting out a rule of law, a new precedence, and so forth. One of the things we did, and I think was really super important, is we created an enforcement of foreign judgments law. And this was at a time when the tribe, trying to get, new players in, had extended credit to a lot of customers, right? The high rollers or the whales, and they would come in. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars would be extended in credit. And many of them thought, I don't have to pay that back because this is a tribe. And they have no enforcement against me in New Jersey or in France. I think it was Italy was our first, outside the United States. So we started very, very carefully enforcing these contracts, these loans in tribal court, most often getting a judgment, a default judgment. We would serve process according to the state law wherever the debtor resided. They would not show up. We'd get a default judgment. We'd go out to enforce that foreign judgment. We try to attach bank accounts. And little bit by little bit, we built up this bank, if you will, of successes in enforcing foreign judgments. And this was all based not on full faith and credit, but on the principles of comity, which was really important to educate state governments, state courts, and so forth. And I want to say, not only did this allow the tribe to recoup millions of dollars in gaming debts from other jurisdictions, it established the validity and solidity of the tribal court, but it also turned out to really be incredibly important within the community, because then the tribal court could enforce child support orders and spousal support orders and any other judgments, consumer credit, loan defaults, what have you, in tribal court. So it was an amazing time to be part of that nation building experience. And it really mattered to the tribe internally that it was not just legitimate, but it had all the accoutrements of legitimate government. I think one of the most important actions of the tribal council, and this was very hard, very difficult to sort out, was the adoption of a provision in the tribal constitution and in tribal law to waive the tribe's sovereign immunity from suit. And this was all very, very controversial at that time. And you may not appreciate all the nuances back and forth of, well, could a tribe be sued in state court? What about exhaustion of tribal court remedies? Could a tribe waive exhaustion of tribal court remedies? You can just see sort of the complexity of how all this came together. But we really, really, truly valued the tribal court system. So the tribal council waived its sovereign immunity for actions in tribal court, and then had enforcement of judgments in sort of an elaborate way. But this permitted the tribal council to really engage in the financing at the highest level. Hundreds of millions of dollars for loans to build out the gaming facility, to really have a very sophisticated recourse lending instrument with multiple lenders coming in and having priority rights into the stream of revenue. And I was at the World Trade Center on 9/11. Meeting with our bankers that day when, the airplanes hit. And I'll never forget, how intense the situation was, of course, in New York City, but how intent the tribe was to secure that lending and what we needed to do thereafter to make sure it happened, notwithstanding this international crisis. But the key to securing that financing and that key to creating this recourse to gaming revenue was the trust and faith in the tribe and in the tribal court system. We had to demonstrate that the tribe would be demonstrably accountable to itself, accountable to its investors and its customers and its employees, but ultimately accountable to its citizens. And I think that was some of the best work that we did. And in one form or another, that accountability was really built through creating trusting and respected and successful relationships that lasted over time. So tribal governments, I think, are a striking example of how Indian gaming operations are accomplishing the principles and intent of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, namely overall tribal self-determination. And we know that when tribes make their own decisions, they consistently outperform external decision makers on matters as diverse as economic development, for sure, resource management, the delivery of essential governmental services, and cultural preservation. And we know that these benefits extend far, far beyond the reservation. The Harvard Project on American Indian Economic Development estimated in pre-COVID pandemic terms that tribal governments and their gaming and non-gaming enterprises combined supported more than 1 million jobs. And think about the multiplier effect with benefits of those jobs, and contributed more than 50 billion in annual wages across the United States. This is huge. And this, of course, was pre-pandemic. And so much has changed in the last 4 or 5 years. Gaming has expanded. And just recently, NIGC reported that tribal gaming revenue reached a record high now of almost 42 billion. So given the critical benefits and impact of gaming far and wide and deep and intense, we know that it's imperative that tribal gaming industry maintains its status of being well-regulated, both by tribes and by the NIGC. And I do believe that tribes are well positioned for the new era of Indian gaming, but we have a lot of work to do. And I think the panel and the conversation today have really talked about the influx of new technology, new gaming platforms, and a lot of new investors into the gaming sphere. And as I told the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, if I had been confirmed to oversee an IGC, I would focus my time and attention on three main areas. One would be artificial intelligence. The second would be cybersecurity and data protection. And the third would be heightened good governance, both on the government side, the federal government side, the state government side, and the tribal side. And I focused on these areas because, as we've heard earlier, online gaming, mobile sports betting have completely changed the relationship between the casino and the customer. It completely disrupted the boundaries, I think, of jurisdictional authority. And casinos have also become, and I think this is really interesting and needs such a closer look, major financing agents. Huge numbers, billions of dollars, and other currencies of value are being transferred every single day. So what does cybersecurity, data protection look like? How are we using artificial intelligence to help guide this transformation, risk assessment tools to meet these challenges? And I think from a new lawyers and law perspective, this is an area that could be much more focused as law schools, as industry talent develops. And with all these heightened challenges and risks, I think it's really important, really critical to adhere to good governance practices. Tribal governments are going to need to be, again, forward thinkers, look ahead, and make sure that their actions are going to mitigate and respond to these emerging risks and regulatory changes. So just let me briefly touch on these three technical concerns. Artificial intelligence, I can't say I know much about it. I've used it. It looks pretty neat, but it can get away from you pretty quickly. There's a new artificial intelligence executive order out that focuses on prioritizing AI innovation and growth across all federal agencies. And when I worked in federal government, this definitely is a strong pull. So I think we should expect a push toward non-regulatory approaches to AI, such as industry and sector-specific policy guidance, and the use of voluntary frameworks and standards alongside the continued application of existing regulations and frameworks to AI. So that's, I think, an area that needs a lot of attention and focus. I think we also should expect ongoing expansion of state law and legal challenges on the other side to serve as precedents for new policies and rulemaking, which eventually will be incorporated into tribal state compacts in some form or another. And I think the significant volume of AI-related state activity will likely pressure Congress and the administration to establish a federal AI framework, a policy framework. And I think tribes need to be a part of that conversation. As for cybersecurity and information protection, I think cybersecurity risks remain a key concern across the gaming industry. Regulatory scrutiny of data security and data risk management, operational resilience are super critical. And I think these also need to be super high priorities for all tribal gaming operations. I think similarly, we should anticipate a continuation of state adoption of cybersecurity laws and regulations that eventually will see some form or another in tribal state compacts. And as for governance, I think with online gaming, And I'm not the expert here by any means. We've heard some really amazing perspectives this morning. I think we should anticipate expansion of regulatory coverage as well as challenges to the legal jurisdictional authorities at the state and federal level. I'm not sure what that's going to look like, but I know good lawyers are needed to be smart, educated, and prepared to deal with those challenges. And I think we need to expect ongoing heightened supervision and enforcement amidst rapidly evolving technology innovations and very sophisticated financial crime and technology disrupting patterns. Again, there are so many more knowledgeable people out there, but I see these as risks, and I think we need to be prepared to meet those risks. So there's a lot of work to be done in this space for enterprising lawyers, advisors to tribal governments, to state governments. We need talented Native people working in technology and business and finance. We need that expertise to really be part of the pool of talent within tribal governments. And so I think in closing, I would just like to share a few maybe more soft ideas about how to be a good lawyer. And these are lessons across the time and my different experiences. But I think it's interesting if I were in your position, you know, to reflect back then, you're about to launch your law career and you're going to be super well trained, ready and eager to go. But one thing that we don't talk about often enough, perhaps, is the art of communication. And I find that this is really important and valuable, as I've seen and reflected, as I said, on my career, because it's important both professionally and personally, but it's the most important skill that we have. We can be smart and snappy and we can be successful, but if we don't have good communication and good relationships, that may be for naught. And I learned the importance of communication on my first day, my very first day at Harvard, the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. And I was with leaders from all over the world. And of all the classes that we were encouraged to take, all the fabulous classes that were offered to us, we were told, take communication, take written communication, take oral communication, take the art of persuasion, take the art of negotiation. These are the skills that are so enduring and that are going to be so useful in all facets of your life. So as we know, law is a very intensely knowledge-based profession. It values critical thinking and persuasive advocacy. You know, legal arguments are very complex. They can be very imprecise. It's that gray area that, you know, it gets to be really meaty and obviously very convoluted, and logic and reasoning might not carry that argument that you want it to. It may even destroy your position. So we also know that many of these legal issues are emotionally potent. So what do we need to do to address these very challenging, complex issues? I learned a few critical communication lessons in my time at Harvard, and I just want to share a few thoughts with you. And it's easy to say, be a critical thinker, and you all are critical thinkers. You're thinking about the law and this argument, the counter argument, and so forth. But the rule of thumb that we were told is be 10% more skeptical of the people you agree with. And we've learned about sort of confirmation bias, right? We see that in social media and online connections that we have. But this tells us to be 10% more skeptical of the people you agree with. and 10% more charitable to the people you disagree with. Look for flaws in ideas you like and strengths in the arguments you dislike. Learn from sources that engage with competing ideas. And I think we've learned most recently, of course, do not let social media rule your daily life. Be wary of misinformation and don't rely on hyped information. I remember Albert Camus saying, you must learn to think against yourself. And when we're dealing in our multicultural environments of federal Indian law, tribes, many tribes, the pan-Indian world that we dwell in and stayed in federal environments, it's super important to be aware of our nonverbal communication cues, the tone of our voice, how we interact, how we engage, especially in situations involving disagreement and conflict. I didn't know this, but nonverbal cues can have between 65 and 95% more impact than the spoken word. Again, I think in our multicultural environment where we work and practice, it's really important to have that self-awareness, because the goodwill and trust you work so hard to create over your career can easily be wrecked with poorly chosen words, with unclear or even negative connotations. And I've learned many hard lessons and really good lessons by not paying attention to how I communicate or who's the audience that I am engaging with. And I'm still learning and practicing every day. And so here's my last piece of advice, if I might offer this. Just try to be a good human being. You're a highly trained, highly skilled lawyer. You've learned to communicate effectively, and now you need to remember to turn off. That you're not a lawyer 24/7, 365. And the way you communicate as a lawyer is not how you communicate in friendships and relationships. You know, law school does really well. Your professors prepare you to build arguments, anticipate counter arguments, and be that strong advocate for your position, right? But that's not conversation, that's advocacy. So remember that relationships are not trials, and your friends and partners and spouses are not opposing counsel. I share this piece of advice from my recent experience at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, where I oversaw the administration for Native Americans. And the U.S. Surgeon General often shared his concerns, and he saw this in many different ways. Scientific studies, social studies, social determinants of health, and so forth. There's an epidemic of anxiety and loneliness in our society. And the antidote to that loneliness and anxiety and mental health illnesses and concerns lies in our relationships with each other and cultivating positive relationships, which are the most important predictor for having a happy, healthy, fulfilled life. There's heaps of research that suggests that satisfying relationships not only make people happy, but they're associated with better health outcomes, longer, lifespan, and there's an aura around this positive relationship, not just to you and that person directly, but third and fourth hand, it emanates. So for all you stressed law students and overworked lawyers, these strong social connections can help prevent and mitigate anxiety, depression, addiction, and other ills in life. And bringing it back home to Native people, to our Native communities, to our Native families, I think this message is especially important because we carry generations of trauma. There's intergenerational trauma that we carry on our shoulders, we carry deep in our heart. And I think quite invisibly, like my mother had for so long. So for those who have suffered or carried this deep suffering of others, this positive nurturing relationships, I think, are a lifeline and can provide a critical support system and boost self-esteem and improve coping mechanisms. This is what we call resilience, right? A sense of belonging and validation. So I wish that for all of you, and I wish all of you great fulfillment in whatever work you choose to pursue. And I wish you an abundance of joy in your personal journeys. And I appreciate, thank you for your time today.
Great, thank you, everybody. If you can just give us 5 minutes for a quick reset, and then I'll have the panel 3 come on down, take your placements. Thank you. Water bottle.
It's right there in the front.
There it is. Thank you so much.
Okay, I guess.
Ready.
Everybody hear me okay? All right, so we'll get back to the main part of the conference after that great keynote. And get on to the third panel. Hopefully Patrice got you guys fired up and you don't have the after lunch doldrums that often happen. But we're gonna have a good panel here. This is gonna be a little bit about just more of the Nevada tribal gaming experience. And we're very lucky, I think, to have the panelists that we have. My name is John Tsuda, and I'll be our moderator, which means I'm not going to say very much at all. I am honored to be a distinguished fellow here with Boyd School's Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program. And I've also had the wonderful opportunity to be involved in one way or another, tribal gaming for many years and many places around the country. One state, however, that I have not had that opportunity is Nevada. So I'm going to be very interested to hear what our panelists have to say from their background here in this state. With this is representative. Is that how your title is?
Yeah, or
councilwoman. Okay. Jean Mortimer with the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California. She's also has ancestral ties to Bishop Paiute. After law school, councilwoman secured a position with legal department for a couple of years and served also as a tribal court judge, guardian ad litem, a very important role, and also as a court advocate. In 2018, she got elected to the Woodford's Community Council. She's for the last 3 years been serving on the Washoe Tribal Council, representing the Woodford's community. Also with us is Councilwoman Janet Myers from the Moapa Band of Paiutes. She's a 1989 graduate of UNLV in business management and worked for 30 years in the public sector, including both for the city of Las Vegas and the city of Henderson. And then she retired and ran for tribal council. Some people might say that's not actually retirement. But we're looking forward to her comments as well. Over here on this side, I have Makai Zuniga, who's a Northern Paiute citizen of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. He is also a third-year law student here at the Boyd School and is currently the president of UNLV's Native American Law Student Association. He has written a paper, so we're going to have some fun talk about that as well. related to his interest to get Indian gaming more off the ground here in Nevada. I know it's been a challenge for tribes here in some ways. So we'll be very interested to hear that and some other proposals he has for maybe getting tribes moving forward gaming in the state a little further. And then last but not least, we have Jimmy Lau. Did I say that right?
You did.
Okay. People have a problem with my last name too, so I'm very sensitive to that. Mr. Lau is the Executive Vice President and General Counsel for Ferrari Reader Public Affairs, a lobbying firm here in Nevada. Graduated from Boyd School last year while he worked. As we all know, that's quite an accomplishment to work full-time and go to law school. He also similarly did a capstone writing project and had some critiques for, I think, the current enactment or how IGRA applies here in Nevada, and some ideas maybe on ways that that could be improved upon. So there's our lineup, and I'm going to allow Councilwoman Myers to speak first, say a few words, and then as with the prior panels, I think we'll kind of have a free-flowing discussion after I will let the panelists say a few introductory words. So Councilwoman Myers, I'll let you open this up.
Mimi and Janet Myers, Wapavandam. It's an honor to be here, to be asked to be on this panel today. We had Vice Chair Chris Spotted Eagle here this morning to give the blessing this morning. We are the Southern Paiutes of this the land here in Southern Nevada. He gave a little brief introduction on their land, so I thought I'd give a little brief introduction on our land. So Moapa is located about 50 miles north of Las Vegas. We were created by an executive order in 1873. And 1874, we were allotted over 2 million acres in the Moapa Valley area along the Colorado River. So all of what is now Overton and Logandale, the Moapa Valley area, that was all our land at one point. So we had 2 million acres. A year later, in 1875, it was reduced down to 1,000 acres. And that was our land until 1980, when under Jimmy Carter's administration, they allotted us back about 71, 72 million. No, not million. Yeah, that would be about 72,000 acres that was restored to the tribe. So a lot of that is, and I want to say, I'm really honored with our past council and what they established with that land. So once we got that, so we got that land back in about 1980, and a lot of it is actually crosses over the I-15. If you're going north to Utah, you'll pass through our land. And we also have land at the Valley of Fire exit. And so with that, that is where we built our casino at that prime location. So I'm honored to say that our past leadership was looking to the future, you know, to get us self-sustainable and to be able to have an operation like that. So, you know, with the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, which was passed in 1988, I mean, that was 8 years after we got this land restored. So out there, they did start out very small. They started out with a trailer selling fireworks and tobacco. And then from that, it grew to a small little bingo hall. And then from that, we built a travel plaza. And as part of that travel plaza, we then included a small casino. So the small casino is very small. We have about 90 machines, which includes about 85 there located at the travel plaza. And then we have 5 more, which is at our store in our community. So we have about 90 machines. So our people, I like to say that they were looking ahead, you know, because they wanted to use that revenue, which is an opportunity for tribes to use it to fund their government operations and programs and to provide general welfare for their people. And so, you know, I really do credit them for everything that they did to help us also with that, to generate economic growth for us. And then since then, you know, we now do solar. We're in the solar business as well.
Councilwoman Moore.
Maheshi, Diama Ongaway, Jeannie Mortimer. I'm so thankful to be here today. I'm a graduate of the UND School of Law, so I'm super excited to see some former professors here. And so like Councilwoman Myers, just a little bit of background on Washoe. We have 4 reservations in Northern Nevada. 3 are on the Nevada side, 1 is on the California side, which are where I reside in the Woodfords community. There's about 300 community members, 70-acre parcel. We're kind of at the foothills, a little bit closer to our ancestral lands in the Great Basin. Our 3 other reservations, 2 are more urban and 1 is more rural. And so like Councilwoman Myers, I think it's important to acknowledge our previous council's direction on you know, where they brought us to where we're at now. And Washoe is unique because we actually did have a tribe to tribe relationship with the Porch Creek band of Indians from I forget which state they're in, Alabama. And so we unfortunately that deal after a couple of years the casino ended up, you know, change of leadership, change of direction from the council. Our gaming compact is still intact. And so now Washoe is looking to diversify, you know, on esports and things like that. So I think it's important to, you know, how tribes can, one, leadership get on the same page, but also to cater to a new generation and the younger demographics. And so again, thank you. I'm very excited to be here. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Zuniga.
Can everybody hear me? All right. Okay, perfect. Hi everyone. Once again, my name is Makai. Northern Paiute citizen of Reno Sparks Indian Colony. Also a descendant of the Cedar Band of Southern Paiutes on my great grandfather's side. And I'm up here sharing my thoughts alongside Councilwoman Myers, Councilwoman Mortimer, and Jimmy here. Nevada Indian country is kind of pretty uniquely situated compared to maybe other states, even our neighbors. Indian gaming here hasn't had a foothold the same way maybe it has in California or Arizona. And you know, growing up in Reno, all my family's lives predominantly on the Hungry Valley Indian Reservation, which is a more rural parcel of land outside of the city. And also got some family on the urban tract we have, which is kind of in the heart of Reno. And I had the opportunity to intern as a summer law clerk for the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. And I was completely blown away by the gaming enterprise that they had been able to achieve. And of course, naturally, I was like, man, why don't we have this? So I've been doing research over the kind of past 2 years and written some papers to kind of flesh out the history of Indian gaming in the state and kind of add in what I think that tribes and Nevada broadly should look at as practical measures. Because I think a lot of times council is kind of, it depends on what nation you're from in Nevada. But there are opportunities for economic development that come from entities that maybe aren't from us, which can create kind of a unique dynamic, right? So I don't ever want to sell Nevada tribes that Indian gaming is the golden goose that you've been looking for economic development, and this is going to be the game changer. But I do think that there's ways to modestly succeed. For even 97% of our tribes in Nevada are rurally located. Which makes, the old adage, I'm sure somebody's already repeated it, but location for gaming is critical. But I think that smaller scale, more modest establishments, slot machine parlors such as a Dottie's or a Jackpot, Jenny's, I think is down here as well in Las Vegas. Those have locations in the more rural parts of the state. And there are also tribes in those regions. And I think, Councilwoman Myers already brought up the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. And with some of the compacts that the tribes have in the state, I think that they could be immediately competitive or even offer things under IGRA that, Dottie's or some of the more local, the slot machine parlors that are run under state law, they simply can't. But yeah, I'm excited to discuss more on that.
Great, Mr. Love.
Hi, everybody. Jimmy Lau. As was mentioned, I am a recent graduate of the Boyd School of Law. I graduated back in September of 2024. I have spent 28 years, which is the entirety of my life in Nevada, and every day I find out something new, and most of the time I find out how much more complicated Nevada can be when it's compared to some of its other neighbors, especially when it comes to regulating unique industries. I think in probably like a typical student fashion, I delayed my capstone project until probably the last minute, and I was trying to find something easy to understand and research and something that would be interesting. And I had the absolute pleasure of taking an Indian gaming law class in the fall of my senior year, or 3L year. And I learned about Indian gaming, and I thought it was a super interesting thing to dive into and learn more about, because obviously growing up in Nevada, I've been surrounded by gaming entities, and it's the place that, you know, we went to the movie theater when I was a kid, and there's always been the shroud of mystery around it. But I think the kind of commercial gaming market in Nevada is a lot more accessible and a lot more transparent and a lot more, I guess, known. And so I thought it would be an interesting path to dive down. And I also thought it was going to be a simple one. I quickly found out that that was not the case. As Makai mentioned, the Nevada compacts and Nevada tribal gaming is just, it's a very interesting area. The way that the compacts are worded, the way that they've evolved over time, we've seen a lot of differences in administrations from the governor's office. And we also have unique positioning as a state when it's compared to other states in the US, because we have such a built out gaming regulatory authority that, you know, a lot of the tribes and in the compacts, there's a lot of deference provided to that regulatory authority. And in fact, some of the compacts establish all of that authority with our state-based regulators in exchange for relatively nominal payments, which when you compare that to some of the other states that at least more recently are enacting compacts and starting them off, have pretty significant revenue sharing requirements on the tribes for their gaming enterprises. So I quickly found out that it was a very interesting construct in Nevada, and I'm very excited to be here today to talk about some of the things that I've learned and some of the things that I was able to form opinions on as I was doing this research, to both like critique IGRA as well as, you know, hopefully find some better paths forward for some of the tribal gaming entities in Nevada, which, as has been mentioned, have struggled pretty significantly.
Thank you. All right. So again, I think we'll have hopefully a free flowing discussion here. We'll start back with the council members here. If you can both, I want to ask a question, and you can both give me your interest. I think we have some interesting perspectives here. Your tribe is kind of a small facility and able to make that work. And it sounds like your tribe started but couldn't, maybe, and is looking for a new way to get that going. So I guess from your each of your perspectives and how your tribes have done it, what do you think have been some of the key challenges and opportunities and hurdles that your tribe has faced? Councilwoman Myers?
Okay, so I think when our prior council, you know, they were really looking to the future to help us to be self-sustainable by going into diversifying, and so that we can generate some type of income to help us with our economic development. So when they started this, I know it probably wasn't an easy fit to get this casino up and running, you know, through all the hurdles, probably Nevada law, the Indian Commission, the gaming, everything, you know, but they did it. And I am new to tribal council. You know, like I said, I retired and then decided to come back. This is my second year serving on tribal government, and it kind of hurts me because, and I don't know your situation, but our casino was actually shut down. It was shut down in the fall of, I want to say 2023. And I can't tell you, you know, the exact reason why it was shut down. I don't know if it's bad management, things we were not following, you know, because there's a lot of rules and regulations. And if you don't have proper trained people to make sure that we're following the laws and regulations. They'll play a judgmental impact on our operations. And then if you don't have the lack of leadership with tribal council to make sure that we're following up, to ensure that this is one of our business ventures that has a big impact on our community, you know, it kind of falls to the wayside. And so I believe that may have been the case with us here in Moapa. So right now we are trying, and you know, we do have new leadership, and that is one of our goals, to try to get that up and running again, from getting our audits completed and make sure everything is submitted so that we can get the operation going. And it just hurts me to see that our past leaders really worked really hard to get this operation going. And then in time, you know, I just think it's really hard to be on tribal government when you have different leaders that come in, you know, every 2 years. You know, it's just the way the dynamics of our system is set up. You have 6 people that sit on council, 6 or 7. And every 2 years, we get 2 new council members, and we only serve for a 3-year term. And a chairperson is only voted in for on a yearly basis. And I think that really has an impact for us as a tribe, and I think other tribes, when you are doing economic development. And if you fail, the current council does not fail to continue with the wants and the desires of past, it puts you in a situation, and I think that may have occurred here with us. But we are very anxious to get that up and running, because it does play an impact, you know, on our economic development. The money that we generated from our little casino, you know, it was in the millions that we were actually generating, and a lot of that did pay for all of our college tuitions. We were sending our kids to college, and right now we still have 8 members in college. And so because we don't have that extra income coming in, you know, the tribe, I mean, we're still paying it, but now it's up to us to go into our funds to pick it up, because we know it's important. So we are paying for it, but those are just things that we are dealing with right now with our gaming.
Yeah, great.
So some of the key challenges for Washoe since I've been on council has been getting the council on the same page for long-term goals. It's been a challenge, and so part of what contributes to that is the lack of training that goes into being a council member. And if you're an attorney and you're on the council, your council is going to look to you for guidance, not all the time. And so, you know, and so oftentimes you're on my council, we have 12 council members. And so we're elected every 4 years. And so that's a big group of people to get input from. And so, you know, when again, too, you know, past leadership working really hard to get our casino off the ground. It's hard to get a group of 12 to buy in, and then also to get your community to buy in. And, you know, when there's no community buy-in, it's difficult to carry on a project long-term, I feel like, because you know, the council, you'll get a lot of pushback if the community doesn't know what's going on. If, you know, there's situations where not necessarily the, you know, terms of the Constitution have been followed with regard to leases and things like that. And so that's concerning to community members. And so, you know, getting that buy-in from them is very important. And, you know, I also think that's an opportunity to plan long-term and to invest in the younger people, offering scholarships and finding a way to become economically sufficient and stable for the tribe. And when you include the tribe and the members and the community members in those long-term plans, you know, sometimes we do have to start over, but there is a long-term, you know, goal in mind that's shared amongst the community, and, you know, the community will have a better input, better care for the project, you know, if they're included in it. So I think that there's just, you know, a couple of different, you know, there are challenges, but there are opportunities at the same time.
Great, thank you. So let's switch over here to Makai and Jimmy. So Makai, your paper about economic development and using gaming here in Nevada. Can you tell us a little bit about that and your thoughts after writing this paper?
Yeah, I'd like to build off of a little bit of what both of the council members just said too. That I chose to write on this paper, or I chose to write this paper because I realized that there was a real lack of Indian gaming ventures in Nevada, even active compacts, which I thought was really unique. So when I was doing my research, I found that, out of the 20 federally recognized tribes in the state, only 10 of them have ever negotiated any compacts. And I just couldn't quite understand in a state that has a successful gaming industry why more tribes weren't able to break in earlier. But I think what the council members were just describing was the unique circumstances of tribal governments, and also trying to make sure, the colonial history of Nevada is extremely unique. And it's been hard for many of our tribal members to be able to make it into higher education. And that means that we've had to rely on people from outside the community consistently to help us get, we were talking about attorneys, the importance of attorneys, and potentially having people who aren't from the background or the community. They might not understand some of the more important reasons that a tribe might want to get into gaming. Most of the tribes in Nevada, we have rural land bases, but we're, my tribe, Reno Sparks Indian Colony, we're an amalgamation of 3 tribal groups. So Washoe, Northern Paiute, and Western Shoshone can all enroll if they have the correct blood quantum and whatever, but enrollment status, you can enroll for Reno Sparks Indian Colony. And I just thought that was really interesting because that seemed like it would be like my tribe having access to more urban land, that this could be an opportunity to be able to have a successful gaming operation that can hopefully lift up the communities around the state, because not every tribe has access to the urban parcels of land. But when I was writing this paper, I was just trying to think about, okay, what's the most low budget, easy to ease of entry into Indian gaming that we could kind of get going. And I was just seeing on the map how many Dottie's locations there were out in Winnemucca or Elko, even Fallon or Fernley, more rural areas. And I was able to see that the Dottie's, those locations make a pretty significant revenue. And there are, in each of those cities that I just listed, there are tribes in that region, in that area, that have access to land right there. And I believe that if we can, get more people from our community into law school, into these Indian gaming roles, or, in-house, and can help lead the charge to kind of know that this could be an opportunity, Dottie's is, because I think what I've heard from my own tribe at times is the market is really saturated in Nevada. But I feel like, to me, that maybe sounds like recycled advice that didn't come from us, or people who didn't understand IGRA entirely and what that means. That, when I was doing my research, I found a compact from 1994 with Las Vegas Paiute that basically subjected Class 2 gaming to state law, state regulation, which I just learned about IGRA with Professors Light and Rand, and I was like, Class 2 regulated by the state? No way, man. Heck no. So but that legacy is still here in Nevada with a lot of our compacts, where the state really enforces a lot of its state regulations and jurisdiction over the tribe, which I think has really also hampered the increase of Indian gaming in the state. The whole purpose of IGRA was to encourage self-determination and strong tribal governments. But the compacts that were first agreed to after IGRA really just supplant Nevada's gaming state law over the tribes. And if you're, Fort McDermott Paiute, trying to now just, in you're 300 miles from the nearest urban area, that's going to be a really hard hurdle to overcome. So I'm sure I've gone on at length, and I know Jimmy has done research in the compacts as well, like really unique state for that. But yeah, I think that there's hope in smaller scale establishments in these rural areas because IGRA allows for tribes to have more flexibility, not be subjected to state law. You know, Dottie's is, I think a single Dottie's or slot machine parlor location can only have 16 slot machines. Whereas under a tribal compact, you could have X amount of slot machines if that was something you negotiated. So an immediate competitive advantage to the kind of games you could offer in these rural locations, and a more inviting, you know, place, because I don't know if anybody's ever been in a Dottie's out in the more rural locations, but I'm pretty sure that, you know, tribes could cut in pretty quickly on a nicer venue. But yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Makai. So Jimmy, when you looked at critiqued compacts, what in your analysis, or what in your thinking about Nevada's approach was different than other states, and I guess what's your critique of that different approach?
Yeah, so I think when I first started learning about Indian gaming and how it was regulated and the opportunities that were available through IGRA, as well as some of the structural kind of barriers that have developed over time, the barriers to entry increasing based on case law that's developed since IGRA's enactment, I thought the easiest solution was, well, we're Nevada, we have probably the oldest and best run gaming regulation entity in the world. Why don't we just give them more deference to, you know, provide more of their authority to the gaming control board, so that they can just focus on, you know, making their buildings nice and reaping the rewards of gaming, versus facing and confronting that very, very big and significant structural barrier of developing sound regulation. Gaming is one of those areas that has historically, since regulation, I think, really began, it's been very significant, and it's become more and more significant the longer time has gone on. We've developed, you know, more stringent ways to evaluate technology, to evaluate the people that are involved in gaming operations. Kind of across the gambit, the scrutiny has gotten more and more. And if you're, I think what I realized was, if you're a tribe looking at entering this market, you have kind of this mega gorilla, especially in Nevada, that you have to look at and you have to understand. And you need subject matter expertise. You need the ability to, you know, finance your operation, get it off the ground. And you are in large part competing with a lot of commercial entities that have a pretty significant market share already. And that's true in, you know, the typical non-restricted resort style casino, but it's also probably very true, as Makai was talking about, for the smaller, what we would call like non-restricted venues that are slot machine only, less than 16. And the proliferation of those has really taken a lot of the opportunity out of the market. And so you look towards any available kind of path forward that might be less saturated, and there really aren't that many. And so you have this mega structural barrier to just get your operation off the ground. And you have to have very sophisticated regulation, and you need to be able to instill public confidence, and I'm assuming probably the confidence of your tribal members as you're going through this endeavor. And then you're confronted with another challenge, which is, how do you actually enter this market, and how do you be competitive and keep your doors open? And I think what I found in the compacts over time was that they did instill more of the state regulation in them. They became a lot more significant and heavy-handed, and I would say probably especially in the Sandoval administration, which probably makes sense. He was a federal judge, and you could tell that there was a level of sophistication that developed in the compacts that was not present before that. But additionally, I found, as I was trying to find examples of tribal gaming entities that were successful, I was kind of confronted with the opposite. I was like calling these operations that showed as like active, and you know, they have active compacts that are available on the BIA website. And then I would call them and they would be like, no, we had to shut our doors in 2022, 2023. And it's temporary, but we don't know when we're going to reopen. And so I thought that was really interesting, and I tried to find the reasons why. And I think a lot of it has to do with that level of sophistication that's required, especially in a state like Nevada that's so demanding on its kind of gaming industry as a whole.
So, Jimmy, Do you have any ideas? Would you propose changes to that approach that would benefit the tribes?
So I thought I did, right? And my brilliant solution was to just like give the gaming control board more authority, like let them march in, right? And the deeper that I started looking at that, I kind of realized that that probably wasn't the best idea. And I'm thankful for many of the conversations that I was able to have with my professor, where she kind of hinted at maybe that's not the best solution. And I think based on what I know now, if I had the opportunity to rewrite it, I think I would focus more on amending IGRA to kind of allow this gaming control board type of entity to develop within the tribes, and almost through, you know, as it was talked about earlier, I think in probably one of the first panels, this kind of intergovernmental relationship between tribes. Obviously, we have very successful examples of tribes that have developed massive gaming operations across the country, 3 of whom actually have commercial casinos located in this very state. And so how can they best take their expertise and work with other tribes to form some sort of entity that might not be as cost prohibitive and as daunting, at least for the initial phases? So I think that's probably where I would go now.
Well, that's an interesting idea. Let me throw it back to our government officials here, councilwoman. What would you think of the idea, maybe that the tribes, like they do with intertribal courts, have an intertribal regulatory body, so you could all share the burden of the cost of that and not have that be so much that you really can't operate the facility?
I think that would be a great opportunity for tribes to come together and work together. I think sometimes with the tribes, we're doing our operation here and they're doing their operation up there, and we may be experiencing the same type of problems that we don't know about, and we may think that we're the only ones dealing with this, and then it falls on our people to make sure that they're trained. And if we don't have them trained, if they're not, you know, getting educated with changes, then that hinders us as a tribe to be trying to operate by ourselves. And without us reaching out, it is a hindrance to have a very successful operation in our gaming world.
Councilwoman, thought?
Yeah, just briefly, you know, the idea of an intertribal, you know, regulatory committee or commission, I think that'd be a great idea. And also, like Councilwoman Myers said, oftentimes the tribes will experience a lot of the same issues. And, you know, one barrier to that might be, you know, our locations are so different. So a rural tribe might not have the same issues that an urban tribe has, or, you know, vice versa. And so, you know, taking that into consideration, but I think that would be it's a great concept. And, you know, something that, you know, specifically in Northern Nevada, on the other side of that, you know, we have the Intertribal Council of Nevada that does hold appeals for tribal courts. And so I think that model has been successful. And, you know, and if there were to be, you know, an intertribal regulatory commission, you know, even if it were to be separated from the northern and the southern in Nevada specifically, because I feel like the climate, the issues between northern and southern Nevada are pretty different, just because of the, you know, urban side of, you know, being closer to Vegas is, you know, way different than being, you know, in northern Nevada, where, you know, there's not really a lot of, you know, much. So yeah, I think it's a great concept. Thank you.
Maybe we're onto something here. I want to take a quick break from our panelists and see if anybody in the audience has a question. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. There might also be, I think there's some online questions too, so go ahead. Jennifer, yep.
So one of the things that UNLV has done, I think, successfully in the Las Vegas Pike have done very successfully, is to diversify their economy, so they're not so reliant on gaming. Obviously, solar facilities with Malapa, Las Vegas Pike, having your golf course. So I'd just love to hear, I guess, the panelists' thoughts on you know, and I think, John, you started there, is, you know, is gaming kind of, has gaming run its course in Nevada, or, you know, what's the importance of diversification? And you gotta start saying Nevada, not Nevada.
Not from here, sorry. I'm from Oklahoma, you know, we like mispronounce everything.
Can I answer that?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah.
Diversification is very important to a tribe, you know, I think when we got the additional land, you know, our prior council, they did take advantage of that because of the prime location of the Valley of Fire, the I-15 location. So they really did take advantage of it and try to utilize that as best they could. And then within the last 10 years, the new council came on and they then decided to diversify into the solar opportunities. And we have been successful with that. And we have 3 that is operational on our land. But the only drawback to that, what a lot of people don't think or realize, that we have all this solar on our land, but all we're getting paid is for the lease of the land. And we do have some more projects coming up, and we're just finishing out the projects that prior council had started. So we do have some more we're negotiating, and some will be hopefully starting in 2026. But we are really pushing, because there was changes with the law in the solar world that opens the opportunity for tribal government to also become owners of the solar being produced. So we're hoping that we can also now feature our endeavors to be owners one day of the power that's actually being produced. But yeah, if you put all your eggs in one basket, and if that was our case, then we'd really be at a big loss once the casino closed. So
yeah, so to briefly touch on that, to diversify the economy is so important for tribes. And again, going back to including the tribal member in the long-term plans of how to diversify, whether it's a hotel, whether it's dining options, or, putting a golf course on there. Does the community really want that? Do they, what are the environmental concerns? And so, at least, not saying that every tribal member is going to participate, but the ones that do want to participate, giving them that forum to be able to voice their concerns or their support is so important for tribal council, because when you're in a room with the council making these important decisions and, half the tribe is, opposed to it and the other half is for it. I know with WASHA specifically, our constitution requires lengthy discussions before and to have a super majority on a lot of our major decisions. And if we can't come to the supermajority conclusion, then, the Constitution does say that, it shall not pass. And so, touching on what Makai said about, the misconception that there's a oversaturation of gaming in Nevada for tribes. And so, that's one of the hurdles that we've had to overcome at WASHA specifically was, gaming isn't going to be successful for us. And so there was a mad dash to, secure marijuana compacts with the state of Nevada. And then that market became saturated. And so, one of our council members actually made a motion in one of our meetings to never talk about it again because it was on the table, then it was off. And so, again, going back to long-term planning, it's so crucial to include the member to, get that community buy-in, and what's really going to work for the tribe long-term. Like Councilwoman Meyer said, it's very sad as a tribal member and a tribal leader to see one of our businesses not be successful, especially after so many hours and so much time and research that goes into it. And so, again, just, getting that community buy-in to see something be successful in the tribe is so important. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I'd like to add on to that too, and maybe just broadly state, like I'm sure as my professors know, like I've been an angry law student about this for years now. So the aspect of like Nevada tribes, and because I've had these conversations with some of my friends from other law schools, and they'll be like, well, why do you need the economic development? What is the purpose of having the drivers? But if the tribal governments aren't able to have a significant stream of revenue, then that really hampers the capacity of a nation to operate. And of course, I always look to my own tribe, because that's where I'm from. And I think about Reno Sparks Indian Colony and there are so many potential opportunities to diversify. And I think what it's gonna take is just a long-term strategy of getting more people from our community into the connected with the institutions of power in the state, and into higher education, into in law school, so that, we can what I hope to do, is learn this information and bring it back home, and find a way to, instead of looking at it, because I've heard this in council meetings as well from attorneys that the gaming market, it's oversaturated, that you'll never break in. But if you understand some of the concepts of, my tribe having 3 different cultural affinities, in theory, we could purchase private land in areas even outside of Reno, right? Like I know, I'm sure Councilwoman Mortimer can speak more to this, but there are like Lake Tahoe is a ancestral homeland of Washoe people. And what if you could get, an Indian gaming casino up in that area, somewhere that has a consistent revenue stream. But recognizing that the revenue isn't, this just for the sake of dollars, it's for the nation to self-sustain. And in Nevada, I'm, up north, for a lot of tribes, like times are tough, but they always have been, and we're strong because of that. But that there needs to be an uplifting together, and I think something like Nevada Indian Gaming Association, or what we've been discussing earlier with some of the intertribal coalitions, that could really be a way to kind of re-energize that this is a collective of people doing this together. I think maybe in California, I'm not from there, but I do know that there are some tribes that are in direct competition with each other. Whereas I think in Nevada, the history of the state is we're all very close. My tribe's a great example of that. There's plenty of tribes in the state that are Paiute or Shoshone enrollment. And I think just re-tapping into that and trying to build something, I want Reno Sparks Indian Colony to be successful in gaming, so that Summit Lake Paiute can find a way so that we can also help uplift them, or some of the more rural tribes. But yeah, the economic diversification thing, I'm always like, man, we just gotta start. But yeah.
So let me keep going off of this. Talk about economic diversification. There's also diversification within the gaming industry, and in other states, some of the tribes have started to find success with smaller facilities, more rurally located, but they're doing different offerings, right? And so, like with Washoe, and so they may be very rural, but they may have a pretty good sized interstate going through there. And so they'll put a truck stop with diesel, and any of you that have been following the challenges for shipping in our countries since even pre-COVID, but COVID really took it off the charts. But it's a challenge for long haul drivers, or even short haul. They can only drive so many hours in a day. And so I know, at least in my part of the country, in Oklahoma, several of the tribes, they have strategically placed truck stops so that these long haul drivers have somewhere to go, somewhere where they can park their truck, rest, get their hours out of the truck. Now, do they rest? No, not always. They sometimes go in and play a few machines for a while, but that satisfies their requirements as a driver. It provides, in a sense, diversification from your standard casino kind of operation. It's certainly not going to have a resort, and so other rural locations are catering to a farm community and really appealing to what appeals to the farmers in the area, and in that way, bringing in players. So the expectation of how much revenue the actual slot machines generate, you have to take down a little bit, right? But because you're offering other things that community doesn't have, they're then coming and doing that. So I don't know, I'm just offering that as a thought as well, kind of thinking about diversification even within what you're offering for your gaming. I'm probably talking more than I should. So.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we're not too far off. I want to ask this question of everybody here. So you're all from here. You got some ideas. I was originally going to ask this as can Nevada tribes succeed in gaming? But I think the real question is, what does success in gaming mean to Nevada tribes? Because I think it'll mean something different probably for the different tribes in different areas. So Councilwoman Myers, you have a thought? What would be your success for Moapa in gaming? Your definition.
Our success in gaming is estimate to be able to operate a casino without any issues, any problems. It doesn't really matter the revenue, but I know as successful is having your customers come back. And you were just talking about truck stops. It was for the longest time the only real place to stop along the I-15 between Las Vegas and Utah, you know, so we did have a good customer base with our truck drivers. You know, it was a place for them to kill the time and to stop off and enjoy the casino, have a meal, take a shower. And so having a successful operation is that making a place for our customers that want to be there, want to come there. And with that, it just makes it successful because then we have the truck stop, we have our plaza, you know, they'll stop and have, you know, it's like the trickling effect. So then you stop, get something to eat, you know, you may want to buy some food or drinks for the road. And so it's kind of like, you know, it's the overall environment that you create, which makes it very successful. And I'm hoping that we are going to bring that all back again, you know, so that's my goal.
Very good. Yeah. Councilwoman.
Thank you. So I think what success in gaming would mean to a Nevada tribe would be to become, you know, to generate that stream of revenue and profits, to be able to provide for the tribal member in, you know, the certain areas of, you know, college scholarships, infrastructure on the reservation, you know, providing these services to the community that, you know, it serves and that it operates from. And then also, you know, what else makes a gaming, you know, venture successful is again, getting the patrons to come back and, you know, having that customer service that, you know, is unparalleled. What separates that, you know, that gaming institution from another? And, you know, another area I think that, you know, could be, that is not as tapped into is cultural tourism. And so, you know, having those, you know, that at least offering that ability, you know, some, you know, history of the tribe. I think that's appealing to the patrons. And, you know, I think it, you know, brings forth, you know, a sense of pride in the community member and the tribal member that this is ours. And, you know, this is what our ancestors, you know, they fought for. And, you know, for us to be, you know, self-governing and to have, you know, exercise our sovereignty. And so I think it's really important to, you know, bring success back to the community and to incorporate those tribal history and tribal beliefs and, you know, things like that. And so, you know, to bring the patrons in and, you know, garner that level of success. Thanks.
Great. Okay.
And the question was to the success of.
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe think about it from the perspective of your tribe. Like what would success look like to you?
I think this symposium or even the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program as a whole could be an example of, well, what could Indian gaming bring for Reno Sparks Indian Colony or the tribes in Nevada? With that kind of revenue, you can create programs like this. You can, I think in Nevada, we're extremely rurally located, but many of our tribes, you know, Fort McDermott, some of the tribes I've listed, we're the same people. We're descended from the same people, the same culture. And I think, you know, where the more rural tribes that don't have access to economic development, the more urban ones could step up and be kind of, you know, like I said earlier, when I worked at San Manuel, I just couldn't believe what they've been able to accomplish in such a relative short amount of time. And uplifting their community and making sure that, you know, once again, it's not just dollar signs, preservation of, you know, of people who have been here forever. And thinking about up north in Nevada, there's a lot of environmental issues. I'm enrolled in Reno Sparks Indian Colony, but I'm Pyramid Lake descendant. And the Truckee River and Pyramid Lake, there's gonna be a lot of, you know, legal issues relating to water rights, and access to capital can really start to redictate what the state has been able to kind of negotiate with us historically. So I think that's I think I would just like to think about it, maybe take a step back, like what's the, you know, 50,000 feet. I'd love for Indian gaming to be a vehicle to fully realize some of the aspects of tribal sovereignty that are even delineated within IGRA in the policy statements. And on a small scale, I think that slot machine parlors in the pursuit of that, right? Like in theory, and wouldn't want to step on Washoe Tribe's toes, Councilwoman Mortimer's, but if, you know, Reno Sparks Indian Colony, you know, was thinking perhaps a little more larger scale, or had people in the room, that you could purchase fee land up in Lake Tahoe and convert that into trust land, maybe not during this administration, but that there is an opportunity for that for the future, and thinking more long-term. So little steps in the hope of pursuing a larger goal down the road.
So obviously, I think there's a very important intrinsic need and fulfillment that's going to be recognized and much more kind of demonstrated as success for folks that are more intimately involved in this. But looking at it from maybe an external perspective, I think at least in Nevada, probably the plight of the tribes is very similar to that of general rural Nevada, right? It's going to be having the people and the resources to participate effectively in government and be able to share your voice, which is something that, you know, we don't see a ton of in this state. I mean, there's very good efforts that are underway, I think, but when it comes to intervening at the PUC to make sure that energy and utilities are regulated appropriately, or, you know, having a loud and sustained voice at the legislative process, or even something as like simple as maintaining a hospital. All of our rural communities in the state struggle with that. And so I think, at least from an external perspective, seeing some sort of economic development in that sense, so that there's more effective participation and, you know, kind of ongoing maintenance of the community, would be phenomenal. And, you know, perhaps gaming is a way to do that. Aside from the discussion of whether or not the market is too saturated, I think Nevada has an interesting way of learning the same lesson about once a decade, right? Which is that we put all of our eggs into this gaming basket, and then the economy crashes out and we lose all of our tax dollars. And so there's a lot of questions, I think, for the state in general, but probably for the tribes as well, is how do you use this as a tool to make sure that you're economically prosperous, but how do you also have backup and contingency plans? And I think a lot of that has to do with being able to break through some of these barriers to invest in things like solar, or have those kind of backup economic strategies. But all of that takes something on the front end so far, at least from what I've seen.
All right. Well, we're about out of time. Any last question from the audience here? Costa.
Mr. Knight, what you're suggesting is that in Nevada, we pretty much have restricted and non-restricted gaming, right? 50 machines or less, or you're gonna have to have a full resort, which can be quite cost prohibitive for most people. But through the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, tribes can actually kind of fill that middle spot. Doesn't have to have a resort, doesn't have to be 50 machines. It could be 30 or 40 for that community, with whatever else they want, because those restricted ones also have to be kind of incidental to some other business. Tribes don't have to worry about that, and that's the sweet spot that's missing in that.
Yeah, and I think in a perfect world, right, like tribes could jump in right now and just fill that competitive gap in the market. But even I've been working on another paper, sorry to name drop myself, but discussing the history of tribal state compacts in Nevada. And currently most of our compacts actually put, you know, limits on slot machine, like my tribe, Reno Sparks Indian Colony. We have a limit. I think we can only have a total of 300 machines total, and no more than 65 at a location if it's a slots only endeavor, right? So like a Dottie's establishment. So I think we do need to come back to the table with the state and look at some of these compacts, because even subjecting, you know, the tribe to state regulation, I'm not so sure that's in line with IGRA. And I've discussed with professors Light and Rand about, you know, what that would look like. It's like, you know, from the state's perspective, but from the tribe's perspective, it's like we haven't seen any, you know, there's not a multitude of tribes seeing large scale or even middling scale success in gaming. So why have such a heavy hand in the regulations that are imposed on the tribe? But yeah, in theory, right, like that could be an immediate competitive, and even still having, you know, 65 machines at a slots only location in a region where Dottie's can only have 15, that's still a competitive edge. So I hope that we can just recognize that and like, let's just jump in. We gotta just start.
Yes, sir. I used to work in things nuclear waste, Yucca Mountain. And we used to travel around the country, various places that had issues. And one meeting we had was in Green Bay, Wisconsin, with the Oneida tribe. And they hosted a meeting. And they had gaming. They're a very successful operation. And they were, I think, one of the largest employers in the community. But what I might suggest is there's examples out there. You might consult with people like the Oneidas just to see what they did. It was a very, very successful operation. In fact, they're the largest employer of the community. This is maybe 20 years ago. I'm not sure it's still the same, but even more than the Packers. But they seem to be doing something right. So, and I'm sure there's other examples of communities that have gaming, you know, and you know, are doing well. So, just a thought.
Thank you. So, one last thought. Maybe that's a topic of good paper. Is it bad faith negotiation on the state's part to put limits on the tribe if, you know, the number of machines they have? I'm proud to say that in Oklahoma, we have this great compact, which is driven by competition. Tribes can have as many machines as they want anywhere that they can legally put a casino. It's up to them whether the business works or not. I always thought that was a good model. Just let the economics of it dictate, right? So, yeah. All right, so we're out of time. Thank you guys. Thank you, Councilwomen. Thank you, Makai, Jimmy, Danielle. Thanks. Do we take a break now? Is that okay?
5-minute break. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I think if you can move towards your seat, even if you're talking, we're gonna get started. Wait, Stephen, don't leave. Before we get our panel started, this is Stephen Isaacs over here, who's really put together almost this entire symposium. He's the coordinator for the program. He's an alum and he's now the program coordinator. And a very cool thing happened. The National Native American Law Student Moot Court Competition is being hosted here over the next 2 days. And when we were reading the briefs, I saw a brief that cited 2 law review articles, both by former students of the program. So that was amazing. I am Addie Rolnick again, co-director with Danielle of the program. And our job is to look back to look forward. So the program, the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program, as you heard, was established by a grant from the San Manuel Band of Michigan Twins around about 2020. So that was a great year to start a program. And at the time, although we were already well known here at Boyd for having gaming law programs, and although we had a really intellectually great Indian law program, we weren't well known in that area. And we didn't really bridge the two. So our gaming program didn't really ever work with the tribal gaming community. It didn't make a lot of sense. And so this grant really gave us the resources and the infrastructure to be able to grow in a number of ways. What I wanted to do is to talk just for like a minute about what the program does now. We've heard a really, I think, incredible assortment of speakers so far that focus on the intersection and the overlap between gaming and governance. So the first symposium that we had 3 years ago, a lot of the audience was non-tribal gaming attorneys and professionals. And what really struck me is how much the tribal gaming people just kept having to repeat. Gaming is different in tribal communities because it's connected to governance. And if you work in this area, that's sort of, you just sort of think, of course it is. But that actually isn't part of the way that gaming is normally taught. So we've tried to take that seriously and really focus on both gaming and governance. And then, as we've heard, sort of governance includes basically everything a government can do, which is also intimately connected to gaming, not just because it's being funded, but that's part of it. So we have built a program, I think, with the thanks to, I mean, I know we've talked about the people here, but we'll hear from Danielle. Everybody wants to hear from Professor Finn about what she's doing. We'll get to hear that. And Catherine Mann and Steve Light, I don't think we properly introduced them at the beginning, but they are distinguished visitors. So the four of us, yes. They are, I think, the national experts on Indian gaming in terms of academics. And we've been really lucky to have them here as part of this grant for 2 years now, 2 years. And they're really the architects of this symposium. So the four of us are now full-time faculty, and then we actually have the benefit of a number of people who've taught classes, Jennifer Carlton, John Kasuda, and a number of others who've been able to affiliate with us and teach. So we actually have a much bigger faculty now. And so what do? We have developed our curriculum, so we have way more classes for enrolled students, so JD and LLM students. We have a concentration now in both the JD program and the LLM program in tribal gaming. We are developing an executive education program specifically focused on tribal gaming with a certificate. We've been able to do that with the help of our faculty, and we've sort of been able to bring in more faculty. When I started, I just taught Indian law every year if I could and wasn't on leave. But now we have Indian law, we have Indian gaming, we have a tribal law and governance class every year, and we have a number of specialized electives. We have public programming, so this is our third symposium, but we have, every December, we have a webinar that's on sort of the technical law of Indian gaming, and then we have webinars throughout the year on a whole range of issues, and some in-person programming. We really started online because we started during COVID, and that was the way that we did our everything at the beginning. We have, especially over the last year under Danielle's leadership, really changed Boyd's relationship with Native students and with students in general, right? So I think we now recruit students to our program, and we've built a name for the school in this area. We have quadrupled the number of Native students. Yep. In the span of about a year, and we've started to build pipeline programs, so both locally and through the university here, through the high schools, through outreach to the tribes, for building future law students. Because for those of you who are from Nevada, you know that pipelines are a really big part of it, because there are a number of people who want to go to law school, but they're not yet in college. And so recruiting for future law students really means kind of recruiting before college. And building that connection. We have an incredible NALSA chapter, 2 of whom are up here, and you've heard from others, and they're hosting the NALSA moot court competition over the next 2 days, which is like Herculean. They're a pretty small group, and I can't believe what they've done. And we've got just done a lot in terms of mentorship and retention for Native students. Again, a lot of it attributable to Danielle. And I think the other thing we do is that we serve as a bridge. And I guess what I would call this is partnerships. So outreach to tribal communities. And in this way, we occupy an odd position. So we are both the program for Nevada's tribes and we aspire to be the intellectual center of Indian gaming law. And those are not always the same. As you've heard, Nevada tribes aren't always the center of Indian gaming law. And we've really worked to try to be able to serve both the interests of the tribes here and sort of be a national center for what's happening in gaming. And then also a bridge between, so we have a goal of educating future leaders from Native communities, but also 100% of people who work with and interact with tribal governments and tribal casinos are not going to be native. So we also see it as critical to educate the sort of non-native gaming community and the non-native legal community on principles of Indian law and tribal governance and how to work with tribes. So the last piece that I think we do is research. So Professors Rand and Light have 2 new books coming out, I think, about Indian gaming, 1 case book and 1 non-case book. My own research isn't about gaming, it's about mostly criminal jurisdiction and children in tribal courts. So that's an area in which we're building. So I wanted to tell you that because what we want to talk about here, based on what we've heard, is sort of where should the program go from here? So we've had 5 years, I think 3 years fully functional and 2 years really getting started. So really briefly, I want to just introduce the panelists and we're going to do a sort of a roundtable. So I don't have you written down in the right order. Aiden McNulty is to my left. And Aiden is, I'm going to introduce them very briefly. They have bios and then they're going to say more about themselves. Is a first-year student here at Boyd, Miwok from Grayton Rancheria, and Aiden is in the MBA program and the JD program. Okay, and so his interest is in business, so doing MBA and JD, and hopefully, we hope, also the LLM program when he's finished. Selena Stops is to my right. Selena's a 2L and is the vice president of NALSA and is probably very tired from all of the work. And Selena, I think she'll tell you more about this, but her main interest has been in criminal justice. She came in with a criminal justice degree, and then she was able to clerk for the San Manuel band this summer, and then is clerking for a judge now. Then over on this side again, Jennifer Leal. Jennifer runs an organization, a business called Field of Tribal Courts that is a consulting agency that is focused on training tribal court clerks. So Jennifer has a degree in American Indian Studies and was a tribal court clerk for Washoe for a long time, and then developed an entire training program and works sort of all over the country training the infrastructure of tribal courts, focusing on clerks and administrators. And then Professor Danielle Finn, who doesn't need much of an introduction, but is my co-director in the program. So what I wanted to ask you all to talk about to get us started in this conversation is, tell us something about yourself that I didn't mention, and your connection. So what's your connection to the INGG program? How did you get here? And what do you do now? So Aiden, you want to start?
Repeat the question one more time.
Tell us something about yourself and how you got here to the INGG program and what you hope to do.
Cool. So hi, my name's Aiden. My path to law school is a little bit different than other people. I never really considered it until just a year or 2 ago. I was speaking to one of the attorneys from our tribe, and he mentioned to me that rather than going to the casino and losing money, I could come here to law school, be a lawyer, and help the tribes make money in the future, or earn money from the tribe. So that's why I'm here. And I chose to attend school here at Boyd because of the INGG program. I always wanted to study gaming law, but when I heard about the Indian nation specifically, that was a home run for me. Thank you.
So I started here in 2023 when it was kind of really picking up for the first time. It was right when Danielle started, and she reached out to me and just told me to come by her office, and so I did. And then I got pulled into every single dinner and every single event, and then I was in it. And so, but since then, they've given me a lot of cool opportunities and helping me, I guess, lead me to my clerking position last summer with San Manuel, which was absolutely amazing. And also I hosted a webinar while I was there for INGG with, I believe it was with Native Women in Business. And I'm in the process of writing a paper on missing and murdered Indigenous women with Professor Rolnick and Professor Finn. Yeah, kind of that's a little bit.
Thank you. Jennifer.
Ugumaheshi, Jennifer Liao Diadigam Le'i. Hello, welcome, and good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Liao, and I am the founder of the Field of Tribal Courts. I actually kind of didn't intentionally mean to be a consultant and work for myself, but it kind of just happened one day when you have this world pandemic happening, and then you find yourself working in a program where it lost its funding, and then you're kind of on your own. So it was either a sink or swim, and I kind of decided to just kind of do my own thing and continue teaching, teaching to an audience that I knew very well. And so for the past, I want to say 15 years, I focused on tribal court education for court personnel. I spent some time working in tribal government, working for, as an assistant to a tribal chairman. So I got to see all of the inside workings of how a tribal government works as well. I actually was responsible for setting up the meetings for our compact negotiations, as well as attending the meetings with the governor in that role. So I kind of heard it all and have seen it all. And also working in a tribal court as a court administrator, I got to see how it is working with the public, working with people coming into the court and trying to kind of navigate the court. And so based on a lot of all my experience, I have created just kind of a series of trainings that I've been working on. And my connection to here is that over the years, I've kind of crossed paths with Professor Finn over numerous positions. She's judge, she's professor, and also Miss Indian World at one time too. So I knew her during all those days. And so my role, we partnered last year to put on a series of educational trainings focused on the role of the tribal court clerk, the role of the tribal court administrator, as well as efficient tribal court administration. And those are recorded YouTube videos online to help educate people in every rural area, in urban areas, and as well as just making it affordable too. So being able to partner with a program like this is really reaching, it's really helping with access to justice. And I'm happy to share my expertise based on all of my years of experience and helping bring it to this program that's doing amazing things.
Professor Finn, you have about 2 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. I am first and foremost here because of the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. Without their gift, this program would not be established, and nor would have my position. And with my position, I was the first Native American female professor on the campus at the law school. But with the work of Professor Rolnick and many others pushing, we've now gotten Professor Bywaters, a Boyd Law graduate, in at the library, and more Native folks across campus. And so within just a very short period of time, when I arrived in August of 2023, we've made a tremendous push. Lots of progress. I'm also here, secondly, because of the students. I love the students, Selena and Aiden, and Will Swisher in the back, I see you. I love the students, and thirdly, I love this community. Nevada is very unique from all of the other states that I've had to work in. North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, and Nevada is so unique, and I absolutely love the challenges, but also the opportunities that are here. So that is why I'm here and how I'm affiliated with the program.
Thank you. So I am hoping to be able to draw in some audience comments and questions. So I thought I would combine my next 2 questions for you all and just go around, and then we'll invite additions. So I think our job is to think about the future, but I want to encourage us to think about this in terms of a bigger question, which is how can universities sort of best partner with tribes? So there are a lot of universities that have some kind of program, not necessarily in law related to Native studies or law. And I think we don't always ask the questions about how we can be good partners. There's a lot of troubling stories about research in Indian country, for example. And so what I wanted to focus on here is this question of what should we do both over the next 5 years, so short term, like what is the most important thing that this program should focus on over the next 5 years, and then where do you see the potential for the greatest impact for a program like this? And I would invite you to answer however you want. I can't promise that we'll do exactly what you suggest, but you don't have to combine your vision. So shall we start? Jennifer, let's start with you.
Yes. So one area that I see for the potential growth over the next 5 years is just continuing online education through this program. And for based on two audiences that I've seen. One is for court personnel and the others is for the non-native audience. As Professor Rolnick mentioned, that there's an increase in non-natives in tribal courts. And I've seen them in tribal court and you should see their faces. They are first shocked that they're in tribal court because they're like, what is this court? Like, is this a real court? Like, where am I? And it's just a little bit like, well, how I wish I could, tell them more, but in my previous position as court administrator, I couldn't really tell them too much in terms of, or I just wasn't like in that capacity. But now in this role as an educator, I hope that this program would focus on more education for the non-native audience and letting them know where they're at, how this tribal court system fits in with the United States federal court system and the state court system, and also just more education, letting them know that there's 3 judiciaries in this country. And that it's interesting that we already don't have a lot of education in our government classes that educates our citizens of the United States, letting them know that, well, one day, not only could you be in state court or federal court, but you could be in tribal court easily, very easily. So, but they don't know that. Also educating attorneys as well, letting them know that they can represent in tribal court and that there are special bar procedures in order to practice in tribal courts. Some have bar exams, some do not. And so again, promoting that education. And then also for court personnel, focusing on areas of running an efficient and just productive court system. Court administrators have the role of administering this entire judicial branch of government. And if you look at the state courts do not hire people with no experience to run their entire state branch of government. But for tribes, unfortunately, we sometimes are in a position to do that. There's nowhere for tribal court clerks or court administrators to go to learn how to become a, court personnel working in the court. And so this program potentially could offer more trainings, more accessible trainings to kind of help focus on that. And as far as like just focusing on areas, I want to mention that with panel 1 earlier, I heard lots of talk about innovation and just being creative, because for those who work in the tribal courts, there's a lack of funding to fund these courts. And so court personnel also have to be creative and innovative when it comes to training, when it comes to learning how to figure out how to manage and govern or manage and operate a court on a limited, tiny budget. And so sometimes maybe we could have a training over the next 5 years focusing on innovation and creativity on how to operate and manage court system for court administrators. And then also I liked the keynotes mentioned how she mentioned the art of communication. I'm all about creating a class or promoting a class on teaching us how to network and how to build relationships with other jurisdictions. And I know this because as a court administrator, when I worked as a court administrator, I was in a tribal court where I dealt with jurisdiction over 3 counties and 2 states. So I had to talk to state court clerks in 3 different counties and then in 2 different states. And so I had to learn how to be representative of the tribal court and the tribe and say, I represent and stand for the judicial branch of the tribe, and I need to get this domestic violence protection order served in the county's jurisdiction. And so really promoting how to work with other people is really, I feel like when we learn a job, we learn the job skills, but we don't learn the training on how to work with the people kind of to get your job done too, and manage and navigate all the personalities and the habits. It's kind of like navigating that too. So anyway, lots of opportunity for future training.
Okay, so a couple of things that I think we can spend a lot of time on and improve in the next few years or so is getting more Native students in the program. I'm a big proponent of more Natives in higher education. I'm the only person from my tribe to go to law school, so I think this program really hits home with a lot of Native students. It's a great opportunity to get more students in here. Additionally, I think it's important to get more non-Native students in this program. Taking federal Indian law with Professor Finn this semester and been surprised by how many non-Native students are interested in the topic and in our class. One of our students is back there, Will. And it's just been really cool to see how many of these allies are out there for us. And I think getting them in the program, just showing them that, hey, we're cool. There's an opportunity for you here to give back to the community and earn some money is really cool.
Kind of going off what Aiden said, I think there's room for growth in the classes and the curriculum that's offered. I think we can only expand, just like we already have. Like he said, our class size for federal Indian law this semester is very large. So that's an improvement. I feel like other classes I've been in, they're kind of small. So yeah, the interest is there, and I think it's just going to keep growing, especially if, we have such amazing professors and people who can really teach us just what's so important about what we're learning and why it's important. And as far as the impact, the Native student population as well when I started, there was 3 of us that were really involved in the program. And like Professor Rolnick said, now we've tripled that Native students involved, and then we doubled that, and then we tripled just like the total of all of us all together, including non-Natives, which was really cool to see. I think there is an interest, they're willing to be involved, they're wanting to be involved. And I think that impacts not only Boyd, but also just the legal community as a whole, because we are the most underrepresented race in the legal field. And working really hard, like Professor Finn does, on retention and making sure that we succeed in law school and then we make it through law school and we become attorneys. It's impactful at Boyd, but it's also impactful everywhere and in Indian country as well.
So I thank the students for giving me a lot of credit, but they're superstars on their own and they can navigate anything, any challenge. I've seen them all accomplish so much by themselves and I'm impressed. I have a dream list, a really big dream list of what I would love to accomplish in 5 years. And no doubt with all of the people in the room, I feel like I can do it. I'm seeing the chair of the tribal law section of the State Bar of Nevada here right now. And she's helped me tremendously in accomplishing so many goals. We have the Nevada Legal Service Indian Law Project attorney over here, and she's helped me with so many goals. And there's so many, Judge Mayberry from the panel, Judge Thoris over there. There's so many people in this room who have literally, I feel like the weekend at Bernie, like everyone just kind of like puts me there and then I kind of just do it, and everybody's supporting and pushing me from behind. And I'm so grateful, truly. And, but I would love to have some sort of Indian law clinic that can help the tribes. Right now, I can tell you that there's been 12 cases that have been decided in the past 10 years by the Nevada Supreme Court or the Court of Appeals in Nevada on ICWA. That's a really big case amount. I also get calls from tribes on how to start up gaming with just their local tribe. What is the first step? So we've done research and have a booklet on that. So there's so many different areas, tribal courts, the need for training tribal advocates, like Jennifer explained. And there's a dream list that goes on. And I do believe in 5 years that vision could come true with the support of everybody in this room. And in the impact, like the students were saying, there are more Native students currently enrolled right now than there have been that have graduated since 2019. It's amazing to see how many Native students we have. And the federal Indian law class, it's sold out within the first day of enrollment. There was a wait list of over 40 students. So I think you're right, the need is there, the desire is there, and it's an exciting time to be a part of the Indian Nations Gaming Governance Program.
So we'd like to open it up, this conversation to you all. There's actually a number of program alums here also who might have thoughts about future directions, but we'd love to hear suggestions. Yeah.
I think the first step would be to secure housing locally in Nevada, just somewhere in Nevada. It doesn't have to be Las Vegas, but somewhere in Nevada, maybe multiple housing opportunities so that tribal students can get Nevada residency and then attend school on a tuition waiver. Students from all over the country, from many tribes, if that piece was available, and it could be a way to bring hardworking individuals into tribal communities in Nevada to serve for 2 years, maybe in exchange for that housing, so that they can get their education.
Yeah, if anyone wanted to respond, I think that's a fantastic idea.
So I agree, totally. There is specifically in Nevada, the Nevada tuition waiver, fee and tuition waiver. So if you have 1 year residency in Nevada and you are a citizen, a member, even a descendant of any tribe in the United States, you get your education free at any Nevada state higher education facility. So you could have potentially a law degree that's completely paid for. And it's the most open and unique situation. There are other tuition waivers across the country, but they're not as inclusive as Nevada has it. And so Nevada should be the prime area that attracts natives for higher education. I agree.
I have very much smaller goals. Like, that's an amazing idea. Right now on the Nevada State Bar website, when you go to like books and resources you can buy, there's only one for any sort of Indian law issue. And it's pretty outdated. I did spend money on it. I won't say what exactly it is, but I think we can all find it on the Nevada State Bar website out of posterity. I would love if we could just create more like guides to go on the Nevada State Bar website, because we have attorneys that contact my office and they're like, I'd really love to do pro bono work in Indian country, but I don't know what that is and I'm scared. And sometimes I get it, like new things are hard, but then, you know, we bring attorneys in and we teach them, we're like, this is the tribal code and then this is how you can help write a will. It's an hour and a half of your time, but it's really meaningful. So I think if we could create more resources like that to get more Nevada State Bar members on board, I think that could be great for our tribal communities.
Yeah. Yes.
I think thinking big and getting housing, it also brings with it the baggage of trauma. And I think students that are currently attending and that are going to attend in the future, they're going to have come from some trauma, and putting a mental health piece, an immediate access to mental health services, ongoing supportive activities. One of the small ways that I've told Professor Finn that I'm willing to support the community is just by feeding them, like, come to my house, we'll eat. That was something that University of Iowa instituted, was every Wednesday night at our Native Law Center, our Native Center, we always ate together, and it was just a big potluck every single Wednesday night. Not everybody made it every week, but it was that community. So we had people in the dental program, people undergrad, lawyers, we all came together on Wednesday and we could just let down our hair, be ourselves, and network with each other and figure out who was supporting in different schools and for different areas. I think that's a missing piece here.
I think I've heard, I didn't know if the students wanted to add anything, but I've heard a number of different, I've heard more students sort of, I think, actual support in terms of housing or programming, and then support in terms of faculty and numbers, but I wonder if there's anything else that you all want to add.
I mean, I think all of that is correct. And I think we're working on all of that, which is nice. I think even just the, you know, we have built, or there is some sort of community between the undergrad and here. Not sure about dental or anywhere like that, but I don't think we got that far yet. But I've gotten to meet, even just in Danielle's office every day, just a bunch of amazing undergrads, which is so important. But there's they're also underrepresented in undergrad. I mean, it's hard to go to college as a Native student and it's hard to make it through. And so I agree that, having that community and making sure that you have people behind you, it's very important.
Yes.
No, I just wanted to acknowledge that one of the things that I think the program's done really well is it's not just giving space for federal, Indian, and tribal law issues, but also space to specifically highlight the tribes in Nevada. Because oftentimes I think they get overlooked. Having the flags present in the background, it's just great messaging. Having a panel specifically about Nevada tribes, inviting people specifically from Nevada tribes to participate, I think it's huge. And I just wanted to give a shout out about that. I also love the spotlights and seeing what the students are doing, what their plans are. And it's just good to see, it gives you hope. And I think we all need to have that hope.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been very cool to see all the students on the panels. I mean, I think we're a pretty young program, but we've had 5 to 10 published student papers already. And then you've gotten to hear about some of the really interesting research that's being done by students who are, just still in law school. So it's pretty exciting, not just in terms of, you'll all go out and be lawyers, but also the kinds of ideas that I think that our students are already developing is pretty thrilling.
I would just like to ask the panel, what ideas do you think would help encourage the younger generation to want to come to law school, and what stood out to you, before you went to law school, what encouraged you, and what would be an effective way to reach more tribal members, younger people, and yeah.
That's tough. I think it's, we all have, word of mouth is huge. I think being able for people from your tribe, your cousins, your family, to see that it's possible, to see that you can go through law school or just college in general. I know for me personally, I'm the first person in my family to go to law school, and there's 118 grandchildren and I'm the only one. And same with college, there's not many of us. And just showing them that it can be done. I think, I feel like that's all I can say. I don't know what you think.
So it's been a long time since my student days, but I do know that one of the reasons why I wanted to go to school was just, it was almost like a protection and defending kind of mentality. So growing up on the Standing Rock Indian Reservation, I always felt like I wanted to contribute, but I didn't know how. My parents were both in the medical field, didn't want to go that way. Always want to do something else. And I did an internship with U.S. Senator Heidi Heitkamp, and she was the one that said, I really think you should go to law school. I think you can do it. And I was like, but I think what encouraged me was my grandparents always said, just keep getting as much education as you can, because it's the one thing that can't be taken away from you. You can have your land, you can have your children, you can have anything taken away from you, but you can't have what's in your brain. So keep on learning, no matter what it is about, keep on learning. And then also a legal education is like our modern day bow, arrow, and shield. It is how we protect our nations. It is how we protect ourselves. And then lastly, in Lakota, I live by this motto. It's Oyate Kini Bikatacha Lechum, which is I do it so my people live. And so I really believe that a legal education is powerful. It's so powerful. It's our defense and our protection and our weapon towards progress and thriving as communities.
I've seen, as a law professor, we teach about jurisdiction and these abstract ideas. And one thing that I noticed, so there might be a barrier sometimes to thinking that you can do law school, but it never seems to me Native students they grow up so affected by law in this way. Mm-hmm. So they are in their first classes, I get them in, they understand what jurisdiction is in a way that other law students, you have to explain this abstract concept. So it really is close, I think, in the ways that you're talking about, Aiden.
So I think that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. And I'm just thinking about 5 years ago when I was graduating undergrad, what would have made me more comfortable going to law school. I think more face-to-face time with attorneys for undergraduate or high school students would be nice. I held off on law school because I heard it was a miserable profession, like just from some attorneys in the family, they were overworked, tired, and I think when I accepted my admissions to Boyd, Danielle gave me a call and I got to speak with Kostin at our new student orientation, just seeing that they're pretty happy, like they have a nice life, like that would be nice. It's not as intimidating as it seems, like you can still be happy. So that face-to-face time would have gone a long way for me 5 years ago.
When I went through, or right before I started my first semester, I went through the Justice Douglas Pre-Law Fellowship Program here at Boyd. And it's a program for first generation law students, people that are interested in law. A lot of them were still undergrad. I was the only one that had applied. It was a week, we spent a week in the dorms. We were here from 7 a.m. till 9 p.m. every single day, just meeting with different lawyers, meeting with a lot of women, a lot of people of color, a lot of, attorneys that have been through a lot, that have seen a lot, and that have, were giving how they got through it and what the struggles that they faced. And I think if we had a program similar to that, I think that'd be amazing, like just specifically for Native students, like Aiden was saying, it helps to see attorneys and see what they're doing and see people that look like you and them telling you what struggles they went through and how they got through it. And then also building that relationship with them and knowing that you can lean on them or reach out to them. I think that'd be a big sell.
For the students on the panel, does anybody plan on going back and working for the tribe after law school? Or working for a tribe?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet.
For me, that's the dream. That's kind of why I decided to go to law school. It's the opportunity for me to give back to my tribe and ensure that kind of the casino that we're running, all the stuff that we have in motion right now is there in years to come and gives other students in my tribe the opportunity to like study the same way that I'm studying. I think that's the ultimate goal. Nevada's home for now, and I would love to work here in some casinos and build that sort of resume over the next decade or so, but in the long term, going back and working for the tribe is the dream.
On that note, any closing remarks? Yes.
On the, 5 years, so I've been practicing since 2006 up in Montana and partly in Nevada. And one of the things that really stood out to me, I think, was, so I got my JD from Arizona State. It was supported the law program for all the reasons that we're still here today. And as soon as I was done with law school, I was trying to go back to school again. Until this program got marketed, and me and my colleagues were like, they have an LLM in gaming? Like, we were all shocked. And I said, gaming law? I haven't looked at IGRA in a long time. And so the way it was marketed and they made it online and accessible, I mean, that just changed it for me. I said, I'm gonna go back and check this out. I mean, it was really amazing to see that program is offered after so long. I talked with Sarah in the program and I said, am I too old? She's like, no, you're right on. And the program that I got into with the LLM, the diversity there, I've never been in such a diverse group. I mean, it was just so amazing to see my host students from across the world online. I've never had that experience before, and it could have only been made available to somebody like me in rural Montana online. And so I've made the sacrifice to, participate as much as I can while having a full-time lawyer job. And so it's just been an immense education. Everything I've learned from that program goes to the everyday things that I'm doing in my job today, with the cybersecurity data governance, all kinds of stuff. So it's not just about the gaming, it's about all kinds of other things. I don't think I would have gotten involved in. I didn't even know you could get LLM in gaming, so I think my colleagues in Indian country have asked me a lot about it. I said it's very accessible. I think that's the way to go. It's gotta be online. And I don't ever say anything bad about home, but the access to law school hasn't been in Montana. It's been in Arizona State and here. And this program, I see it as booming. I think it's got a lot of potential and growth in the next few years.
Yeah. I just want to say that I want to thank this law school for the creativity and just for allowing this program to be creative and innovative and to target the needs that are out there and to be able to reach rural tribes all over this country in, you know, this lower 48 and Alaska as well. And there's just, it's wonderful to see the support that this law school has for this program. So your dean is great.
She's not here for us to say thank you.
The question about how do you gear us towards marketing to younger generation, I think younger students really want that work-life balance. And there are programs that market, get through your law degree in 2.5 years and be done with it, grind yourself into the ground and then get out there and work. Get different approaches, work-life balance. You can take up to 5 years to get your JD and it's okay. I know I didn't know that going into law school and rounded out in 3, but maybe not everybody, especially the younger generation, may not have that kind of endurance that they want to give and are willing to spend. And maybe that work-life balance where they're placed, work placement while going to law school will be a different avenue.
Right, I think we've got to close. I appreciate your patience. So thank you to the panel. And I'm actually going to close the whole symposium. Just say so. Professor Van Light, we're sort of our primary faculty organizers, so I just wanted to thank you too for organizing such a fantastic symposium. So this is our 3rd annual symposium, and our 5th year as a program. And so we do these events every year, and then we do webinars. You can hear that our focus has really been both on bringing students here, but also on offering education that is accessible sort of in a variety of ways to a variety of populations. So we really hope to keep in touch. Thank you, Professor Finn, for leading the program, and to all the panelists. We would just plug the moot court competition, which is, you know, if you don't already know and you haven't already been asked to be judges, stay here for the next 2 days and judge the National Nelson Moot Court competition. There is, for those of you who are panelists or associated with this, there is a dinner afterward. So see someone if you don't know. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And we still need judges, so.